That could be something interesting. Ahoy hoy! I am Planarwalk, and welcome to the 9-hour stream. This time I actually intend to go for 9 hours so that no one can complain when I actually do go for 9 hours. Wait, why did the bitrate drop? Wait. No. I didn't do a speed test beforehand. No. Don't tell me. Hold on. Give me a second. Did I... Okay, I'm getting 6 megabits download and... Huh. Welp. Do I... And my upload is... Welp, I'm gonna have to restart my router. Let's do that. And we should be back. Alright, hopefully. That was annoying. So, yeah, that was... Hopefully we get good quality for the rest. Alright, let me switch over to... There we go. So, welcome to the 9-hour stream, and I'm gonna have to reload this. Welp. Let's refresh that. Yeah, there was a bit of a problem with issues because apparently my internet likes to, during the middle of the night when no one's looking, just be like, yeah, let's just reduce the quality down to 6 megabytes download and 1 to 2 megabits per second, should I say, upload. And then my computer's like, well, I guess I'm not going to do anything. I need something to tell me when that's the case. Like, maybe like a little counter in OBS to say, hey, look, we just did a ping thing or whatever, and your internet's doing badly. But anyway, today we're gonna be watching some of my old videos, because if I switch over to Firefox here, because some of the old videos that I made, look, they're probably going to be cringy, guys. Don't say I didn't warn you. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. And hopefully the tech issues didn't yeet my viewership overall, because that wouldn't surprise me. Do the anime last vid. Oh, okay, well, we'll start with the anime last vid, because Ender Jord said to do that one. Let me find that one. Where was it? Oh, that was... So let me paint a bit of a picture here for my channel. Let me do this. Let me bring up my channel videos. This is in order from oldest to newest, right? So, about 9 years ago, I made a YouTube channel, and it wasn't... Wait, what does it say when I go to my About page? 9 years ago, 18th of August, 2011. So, 9 years ago, I decided... And I've got to... Date added oldest. So, I made a YouTube channel. Back when I made it, I didn't actually expect anything from it. It was basically, I was like, oh, I'm making a movie, I'll try and promote my movie. So I made the YouTube channel. I also uploaded random stuff. And yeah. So I made a YouTube channel. It was about 5 years ago when I decided, I'm going to make videos. But I was thinking, well, I'm probably not funny enough to make videos on my own, so I'll make videos with a friend. That friend was Wade. Then 5 years ago, about 6 months later, I decided, well, Wade's obviously not going to join me, so I'm going to make videos on my own. So I started with Agario, went through, did this where I made like 36 videos in a week. It's the most amount of videos I've ever put out in a week. Then I was basically making a video every couple of days. That was fun. The editing would be terrible, and there would be it'd probably be really bad. So, as you go down, I'm still making videos. Then we get to here. This was when things went downhill. Right. This video in particular here was when I decided, okay, I'm going to start streaming all the time. And literally everything that I did, apart from every so often there'd be a proper video, but just about everything was a live stream. Especially when I moved into my new house. I made a few videos, but once I got internet, I didn't do live streams. I did live streams for a long time. So yeah, that was fun. And then when it came to then when it came to here, this was when I broke up with my ex, because one of the reasons why I was live streaming is because essentially because I was like, well, she doesn't like the fact that I'm doing YouTube. I'll just live stream for easy content. Not a good idea. Don't live stream for easy content if you have the capacity to make videos, you know. And especially if you're better at making videos than live streaming, like myself. But then, this video was the first video that I made after we broke up. So, let's take a look. And it's actually, I think that it's a good video. So, an ad. You always love ads, don't you? Here we go. Let me know if the volume is... So yeah, this was... this is something that I decided to do. This is the worst one out of all of them, by the way. There we go. Now we've got a good one. And this is the best. So yeah, that was... Oh, and Steve McRae is live now. So, That's interesting. But yeah, that was what I decided I would create. In fact, everyone is live now. I'm live now, Xander Hall is live now, Steve McRae is live now. Jeez, is everyone live? But yeah, that's a video that I decided to create. And as I go down, you see that I decide to start creating more live streams. Then I decided to make a few videos on anarcho-capitalism. And yeah, after that I decided to still live stream, but as you can see I started making videos thrown in amongst the live streams. And then you get to here, and then it becomes every video, or just about every video is a video. Start shifting more towards videos than live streams. And this one here is actually my last live stream for a while. But that's because I went over to Australia. This may look like a live stream, but it's actually a video, by the way. That's just something that I thought I should point out. So, this... And for some reason, my live on my end has a weird thing where it shows that I've got 0 concurrent viewers. For some reason. It's really strange how it does that. But yeah. That is how I came to be, in a way. Or how I came to doing Flat Earth. Because this video actually didn't initially do too well. But I was like, well, there's a whole lot of Flat Earth proofs or Flat Earth quote-unquote proofs that I can debunk. And so I decided, okay, well, I'll start debunking them with the crepuscular rays do not prove the Earth is flat. And that is one that we're going to review today. But first, we are going to review 5 arguments globe Earthers shouldn't use. Do I still agree with it? I remember one of them, and I kind of, but don't really. So let's take a look. We'll wait for the ad to finish. Maybe I should get ad blocker. Okay. So, as you can see, what did I have? I think I had a new camera by then. I might do, but I didn't have this. As you can see, it's just very big around. So, anyway. Ahoy hoy, I'm Planarwalk, and if you've spent any time on the internet over the last couple of years, you've probably heard of them. Flat Earthers, people that do not believe that the Earth is a globe, but instead think that it is flat. And there are arguments which I hear time and time again from globe Earthers to prove that the Earth is a globe. But some of them just really annoy me. So here are 5 arguments that globe Earthers should not use to convince Flat Earthers. And number 5, you can't use pictures of the Earth from space to prove that the Earth is round. First, you have to prove that the picture from space is real. That's the first thing you've got to do. Because a lot of the pictures from space can be either... Oh, I hate when I say they can be fake. Because... So sometimes I do use pictures of Earth from space, but when I use them, I try and say, well, how can this be faked? And that's usually the question rather than... but generally they go, yeah, it can be faked because it can be CGI. And it's like, well, okay, can you explain why it can be CGI? Or something. So yeah, let me continue with that. So yeah, this is going to annoy me. We're gonna see some cringe here, guys. And maybe I might have a look at what the Globe Busters are doing. But we'll go through a few of my older videos first. There's one that I really want to get to at some point. Composites, or just plain CGI. And a lot of Flat Earthers will think of that and go, yeah, that looks like CGI, or that is a composite. NASA said it was a composite, so that means that it's not real. You cannot use that to prove to a Flat Earther that the Earth is a globe. At number 4, we have Eratosthenes' experiment, which attempted to prove that the Earth is round by... Ooh, what am I going to say about this? What am I going to say about this? What am I going to say about this? I'm getting vibes that maybe I shouldn't put this one in. Placing a stick somewhere along Earth. Now, what happened is they'd go north, a decent distance north, and then place another stick. Now, if the sun's rays were coming in parallel to the Earth, and the Earth is round, you'd expect to see different length shadows. And that's what they saw. They saw different length shadows. However, if the sun is only a few thousand miles away, you'd actually get the same result. So it doesn't prove that the Earth is round, nor does it prove that the Earth is flat. So using this to try and prove that the Earth is round doesn't really work on flat earthers. Okay, listen up here, old Planarwalk, you fuckwit. I love insulting myself. Anyway, so you can do this. So I'm kind of right, but I'm also kind of wrong. This has been replicated, but with more shadows. So, yeah. My posture was better in the past? Really? Do I need to try and... How was I sitting in the past? I don't... Maybe I should lean... I don't know, like... Maybe I do need to work on my posture. Anyway. Who is that lad on the screen? So young and innocent. I know. Do I really... Hold up. Do I really look all that different? If I just switch to here... I suppose I do. I don't look that different though, do I? I mean, just looking right now, it looks like I've got a more high quality, or more blurry face actually. It's not quite as sharp as what's on screen, but I don't know. Like maybe if I shaved, I'd look pretty similar. I feel like I haven't aged in a while though. So, you know. I don't know. Like, let me know. Have I aged in years? The face fuzz makes you... But even if I go back to... He's got a bit of face fuzz, so... I feel like there is a slight difference. But... I don't know. Maybe it's in the way that we... confidence, maybe? Because I'm definitely more confident than whoever this guy is. Who's this guy? I certainly wouldn't want to be him. Anyway. At number 3, a lot of globe earthers say you can't have time zones on a flat earth. Camera angle. But the thing is, they often think of the flat earth as the old model. So where the sun would rise... I remember getting that plate out, just basically having a plate and being like, okay, gonna use a plate to describe the flat earth because it's the best thing to describe a flat earth, isn't it? And set like that. And on that model, you wouldn't be able to have time zones. And if you talk to anyone... Oh yeah, like, all this is confidence. I mean, technically, like me making videos, there is confidence, but you can have more of something, you know? You can have more confidence rather than less confident. We all get more powerful behind the mic. My voice is fucking powerful! Sorry about that. Oh yeah. I could probably go ahead and show my really old content. Anyway, so what I was saying there is, yeah, that is kind of something, but then... Because a lot of people would often use the old flat earth model, and it was because I saw a video by Stephen Mulenuts that I was saying that, because he was like, wouldn't the sun rise up and over? Because he knew nothing about the current flat earth model. That's like the first thing that modern day flat earthers will say, is they'll try and convince you that the old flat earth model that people used to think apparently is the wrong one. So, you know. Anyway. Have they ever had any? Well, they haven't had any working models that explain everything that we see in reality, so, you know. Anyway, let's continue on with this. Online, you can tell that time zones are a thing. How the modern flat earth model works is it has the sun moving like that. Now, a lot of globe earthers may say, well, that would mean that it's day for everyone. And a lot of flat earthers give reasons as to why it wouldn't be day for everyone. Debate that. That is much better to debate rather than using an old model and looking like a laughingstock to flat earthers. You do not want to look like a laughingstock to flat earthers. Number 2. I mean, so even if you do use good arguments, you'll still look like a laughingstock to flat earthers, because flat earthers don't have any concept of reality, I guess. So they laugh at anyone who accepts reality. Why is this thing on my seat not going away? Jeez.
Hi, Planarwalk.
Ahoy hoy, glass monster.
I wasn't sure if I should speak or not.
Yeah, I'm just going ahead and reviewing one of my old videos.
And I see that you're paused saying peace with your hand symbol.
Well, it's more of a 2, but we'll see what this... Congrats. Oh, someone says congrats on the elections, guys. Hope the 2 provisions work out as well. Yeah, all the referendums, we'll find them out on the 30th of October. My birthday is actually when I find them out, so that'll be fun. Anyway.
Well, happy birthday.
Well, it's not my birthday yet. It's my birthday on the 30th of October.
So I'm early. I'm always early.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how this goes. I can't remember. I know one of them is I've forgotten half of them actually. So yeah, that's only 12 days away. So 11 days away. It was quite a stupid one, and it goes, why aren't all the other planets flat? Oh yes. So why aren't all the other planets flat? Like, a lot of people will say that when confronting flat earthers. They'll say, okay, so you know, Mars and all that is round, but the Earth is flat. Why is that? And then they'll say, well, they're just lights in the sky. Now, if you prove that the other planets are actually spherical beings or actual physical objects, then it kind of gives a bit of credence to that idea, but they'll still probably use the excuse of, oh, they're not as big as NASA says they are or whatnot. So... And the thing is, if Earth is flat, all the other planets, they aren't going to be the same thing as Earth. You know? You can use their orbits around the sun to try and prove that the Earth is round, but if you're trying to talk to a flat earther, you can't say, well, the other planets aren't flat, so therefore Earth isn't flat, because you're arguing 2 completely different models which have different definitions of what the other planets are. At number 1, I don't think I'd use definitions. Yeah, flat excuse, they're just lights in the sky, ignoring that we can observe them through a telescope, see them rotate and watch their moons orbit. So, you know, I'd say that you can try and argue with other planets, but you've got to argue that they're actually planets first, so... And, well, you got to argue that they are physical objects first, and that we can observe them to be physical objects. And, what's this one? What is the last one? I think I've forgotten the last one. We have gravity. Oh yeah, gravity. So, gravity does exist, but... It was because I heard a particular argument. So first you got to prove that gravity is a thing. Then, once you prove that gravity is a thing, or at least give evidence for gravity being a thing, but when you show that gravity is a thing, then you can use gravity as evidence for the Earth being round. Because a lot of globe earthers say, well, gravity would either stop the Earth from forming into a disc shape, or as you got close to the edge, you'd find it harder to walk closer to the edge, which I just find stupid. I really do. Because if you're arguing with a flat earther, the flat earther has a different model of gravity itself. A lot of flat earthers say gravity doesn't exist, which is stupid, because some form of gravity would exist, maybe not the Einsteinian form of gravity, but at least some force that means that if you drop something, it ends up on the ground. That exists. And oh boy, did I not know about the idiocracy of flat earthers. Like, they try and deny that, they try and deny that there's even a force that makes things fall to the ground. They say that, oh, you're presupposing a force. Well, no, there has to be a force in order to make things fall. Otherwise, things wouldn't fall, you muppets. So, yeah.
Gravity, it's a thing.
Try and use gravity as a way to prove that the Earth is round. It's not gonna work. Leave a like and subscribe. Okay, don't leave a like and subscribe because that was a bad video. Some of the arguments that I said in it were valid, but others, you know, they don't. Like, some of them need more qualifiers, to be honest. So, that's my opinion on that old video. What does everyone else think? Should I have made better arguments or better things that we shouldn't use? Because there are certain arguments that we shouldn't use. I think that mainly the point of a lot of these things is don't just assert something as fact, because flat earthers aren't going to accept things that would obviously prove the Earth is a globe as fact. They're not going to just accept gravity as a force that means that mass is attracted to mass as a fact. They're not going to do that. They're not going to accept that well, one of them was just a straw man, but they're not going to accept parallel sun rays as a fact. They're not going to accept... What else is there? Parallels... What was the first one that I did? I can't remember all the arguments that I made. Because... But essentially the point is they're not going to accept things as fact because they just don't accept things as fact. You have to show... Oh, they're not going to accept pictures from space as fact, because otherwise they wouldn't be flat earthers if they accepted them as fact. So you've got to show why things are facts, and then includes the idiocracy clause, because all facts must be proven before represented as opposition. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that should be a thing that people think when it comes to this one. Anyway, let's go on to a new video. Oh yeah, there was also this one here, but that was right before the 5 arguments that globe earthers shouldn't use. Didn't really notice that until now. Anyway, we'll go to this one here. Crepuscular rays do not prove the Earth is flat. Immediately after making that video, I was thinking, okay, maybe I should make a follow-up. But I never really did, because here's the thing. Crepuscular rays do not prove that the Earth is flat, guys. If you think that crepuscular rays prove that the Earth is flat, you are a moron. Right? And here is why.
Don't insult morons. Morons aren't that dumb.
More than 20 million people use
let me rephrase that. You are a flat Earth moron. Like, even moronic by flat Earth standards. Because, geez, like, I really think that when Nathan Thompson says crepuscular rays prove that the Earth is flat, it just makes me go, no, it doesn't. This is an observable, like, if that was the case, then the sun would literally be just above the clouds. The sun is not just above the clouds. I have been in a plane in midday. It is not just above the clouds. My plane was just above the clouds. The sun was above the above the plane. So above the airplane, by the way, guys. The Earth isn't flat. Anyway.
Aircraft, yeah.
Normally every day to improve their writing.
Ahoy hoy. Did I seriously have the thing where I pulled away Jeez. My editing's certainly gotten better rather than clicking record and then anyway. I'm Planarwalk. Now, have you ever heard someone say something that's just so mind-numbingly stupid that you have to say to them, look, can you just say that again? But think about what you're saying this time. Yes! I think everyone in here has heard something like that, right? I have.
Definitely.
And there is one flat earther argument.
Oh, hey.
Which is basically that.
I'm wearing the same top as me. There. Yeah, so?
I just realized that.
It shows you don't change your shirts very often.
Yeah, I haven't changed them in 2 years. The argument goes something like this.
Cute.
Yeah. Anyway,
cute.
We'll continue on.
Does the chat agree? That's cute.
The sun's rays, crepuscular rays, seem to diverge from a point just above the clouds. So therefore, the sun is just above the clouds. This just doesn't work. You can take the flat Earth model and disprove this using the flat Earth model. That's why it's something that's just so stupid. So I'm going to use the flat Earth model to prove that that does not prove flat Earth. Now, here's one of the problems here. Every model that you present as a flat Earth model will be denied by flat Earthers as a flat Earth model. So, you know. Pro tip, don't become overly elated and comforted by the clouds to the point of sleepiness. They are only clouds. Do not fall asleep. Good point. Anyway, let's continue on. So first we've got this. Wait, what? How high does it use the flat Earth model to prove that that does not prove flat Earth? So first we've got this. I think I was going to say, you fucking morons.
There's as many flat Earth models as there is flat Earthers. Just like religion.
Yeah. How does a plane fly? It flies at 39,000 feet, which is just over 7 miles. That's pretty easy. Now, if you take into account that most planes fly just above the clouds, now some clouds can reach a height of 50,000 feet in the air, which is... Why didn't I just use meters? I think I was just using it to conform to flat earthers' expectations or something, you know, or conform to what flat earthers think. Anyway, it's about 9 miles, just over 9 miles. That's pretty simple. Now, I've got a question for you flat earthers. How far away from the Earth do you think the sun is? You obviously don't think it's 93 million miles away. Spoilers, it is. But...
So, 15 kilometers straight up, 50,000 feet.
Yeah. 10 miles away, right? Surely. If the clouds can get up to 9 miles high and the sun is only just above the clouds, surely the sun... Okay, I did make mistakes in this video. Because I did assume that they would use the standard flat Earth model that I had heard about, but apparently they don't. It must be 10 miles away. Maybe a bit more, maybe 12 miles away. Maybe 15 miles away? At most, 20, surely. And surely the sun would only be about 1 mile in diameter, right? Well, if you actually go and look at what flat earth experts have to say, the sun's actually about 3,000 miles away. Although that is according to some flat earthers, that's not according to all flat earthers. So, not all flat earthers say that the sun is 3,000 miles away. So, that is a point that I have to make there. Because some of them will say, oh, we don't know how far away the sun is, which allows them to make claims, which allows them to essentially try and make claims without substantiating them, because they can say, oh, the sun must be just above the clouds because of this. And it's like, okay, well, I've got to disprove this a different way rather than saying, well, flat earth experts, because when I say flat earth experts, they'll go, oh, you mean the Flat Earth Society, those paid NASA shills? So, that is a point that I do have to make. Anyway, let's continue, because I'm starting to go down the wrong path here, but, we'll see. Yeah, that's a long way away. So you know how the clouds are about 9 miles away? That does not work. I've got a diagram here which shows you exactly how you'd expect it to look. The green is the ground. The grey is the clouds. And it shows you where the sun is. That little blue dot there that you see, that is your about 6 mile area that you can see, generally. Sometimes it can be about 8 miles, or depending how high you are. Now this diagram, so yeah, this here shows exactly what you'd how it would look on a flat Earth. So obviously there's got to be something else here which is causing crepuscular rays. If the sun were that distance away and at that radius. But yeah, shows the sun being about 1,000 miles away. And that's because of how inconsistent the results that I get are for when you go and search how far away the sun is from the Earth. Some people say 2.5 thousand miles away. Some people say 3,000 miles away.
I love the power of editing.
And some people say that it's 1.5 thousand miles away. I've not gone and done this research myself, because I know that the Earth is a globe, but this is just research that flat earthers have done, and it's just completely inconsistent. So I went with the result that places the sun closer to Earth. Now, you're trying to tell me that crepuscular rays prove that the Earth is flat. If you still say that after watching this video, after seeing that diagram, because that diagram is to scale, it just shows you how much critical thinking you lack. Well, why should I be... Should have I been surprised that flat earthers would probably watch this video and then be like, this doesn't show that the sun is not small and local. This just no, they'll still say, after seeing this video, the sun's still just above the clouds because that's how you get crepuscular rays. Although there are other better ways that I could make this argument, like the fact that, if the sun is just above the clouds, how would someone all the way, 1,000 miles away, be able to see it if it's just above the clouds here? How could it be right above someone else that's thousands of miles away if it were just above the clouds in New Zealand? Because that's what happens.
Maybe there's several suns.
Maybe. I doubt it. If you lack the critical thinking to challenge your own ideas, I have a problem with that. Science is not about just picking an idea and going with it. Science is thinking critically about these ideas. If you can't think critically about your ideas, then that makes you a fucking moron.
Leave a like
Well
and
said.
subscribe if you like this video. Leave a comment if there's any other arguments you hear from Flat Earthers.
Yeah, so... Yeah, there's definitely things that I should have said. Oh yeah, so... M. Arok says, you do realise sun rays would be straight on the globe model, right? How does this work on the globe? You should look at high altitude footage without a fisheye lens. Then explain how the sun is in view when the camera should have to be facing up to see it on a globe. It is 93 million miles away on your model. Hold up. Why would the sun have to be facing up? Like, why would... Well, no, why would the camera have to face up to see the sun on a globe? That makes no sense, really. So, you see, he said, if you have a hard time with this, pull out a ball and imagine you are the balloon rising up and upside down in Australia. The camera is level as well, not pointing out into space. You have no idea what you are talking about. You are still young, lots of time to gain actual knowledge instead of your confirmation bias caused by cognitive dissonance. Okay, so there are problems with this particular commenter. Alright. So, firstly, they're thinking about it as if the sun would be above, like, when this... They think that when the balloon rises, that the sun would always be above the balloon, but that's only true at midday. If it's later on in the day, then the camera might end up pointing at the sun, because the sun would be further off, the Earth would have rotated, so the sun would actually be within the camera's field of view, rather than just pointing up. They have no idea what they're talking about. So, yeah. It's always interesting to see comments. Is there any Flat Earth comments on this one? So... I don't think that... Yeah, I don't think that a Flat Earther commented. Oh, and AB Science commented, saying, only just came across this whilst going through your catalogue after an excellent stream with Poop-Off yesterday. Eratosthenes' experiment doesn't give the same results on a flat Earth. It gives results which are unique to any shape of the Earth. I outlined this in one of my vids, but don't want to be spammy and posted a link. Who wants to go and check out AB Science's videos? Let's review one of AB Science's old videos. Sort by date added oldest. So, I think this would be the video here. Probably.
Hi all, thank you for joining my channel today. I wanted to talk about one of the flat earth...
Oh, that nice audio. I just got to point that out. He's got really nice audio, especially in this video.
models and apply some science to it. So I'm going to take the commonly held flat earth model, where the earth is a flat disk and the sun hovers over it in circles, and I will develop this model and see where it is consistent with observations and actually see how far we can take it. Now please note that I do not believe in a flat earth model, as I'm an actual scientist, but I thought I'd take a more constructive approach.
I like that. I like what he says right there.
We are going to use the scientific method based on observations to build a model. We will then make some predictions based on the model and see if it holds up. So we will start with the position of the sun as seen from two locations on the same line of longitude and at the same time. And we will use this information to find, to calculate the position of the sun in three-dimensional space. We have the...
Okay, I do like how he uses Null Island here. So, you know. Because, do you know about Null Island?
Yes.
Yeah, It's a very interesting place. I wonder if anyone will actually build an island there.
I'm not going there, checking it out.
Yeah. Wonder how many things
I'll
would
take
break
you
it.
with me.
I wonder how many things would break if you were to actually go there. It'd be very interesting to see.
Can I take you with me?
Position of
I mean, I don't know how you'd be able to do that. You're in Canada rather than... And I'm in New Zealand, but, you know.
Oh, that's what they invented airplanes for. To get you halfway around the globe. To me.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's willing to pay for an airplane trip, I'd be happy to take it. You know, although maybe when the pandemic is over, that would be better.
Well, with the pandemic, it just means I'd have a guaranteed two-week visitor as you went through.
Well, here's the thing: I'd be able to stay. I'd be able to stay in places. Well, I'd be able to stay. I think. Actually, no. I'd be able to go to places and probably not have to do the 2-week quarantine. Maybe. But...
You can hang out in the farm.
Yeah, because I know that I'd have to do the 2-week quarantine when I get back to New Zealand. That'd be something that I'd have to do.
It'd be the same in this direction.
Really? Even though I'm from New Zealand?
Yep, because you're going into a different country.
Yeah, but I don't think that I'd get the virus. Like if everyone on the plane is from New Zealand, although, again, I doubt that everyone on the plane would be from New Zealand because no one's really travelling that much these days.
I like Brainy Beaver's comment. The last monster. Not sure how many flights you can find today.
Yeah, no one
He has
comes.
a point.
So no one comes into Canada without quarantine. But what about Canada? You know, 2 different places, right? Anyway, we'll continue on with this. I like.
Brainy. Later today, Brainy, I'm going on with Thunderfoot. Take care.
Oh, nice. It'll be interesting because I'm going to be streaming for 9 hours. It'll be interesting to get him on to here at some point. Although, you know, I don't know. We will use simple GCSE level trigonometry to find the position of the sun in 3D space. I like that little thing, how it says, we will use simple GCSE level trigonometry. And especially the 3D space part as well. Anyway.
the Sun at No Island, which is the point where the equator intersects the line of 0 longitude, and the South Pole. Now these positions are chosen because it makes the maths a bit more simple. However, we could use different positions, but the maths will become a little bit more complicated, and it will still hold up. Now, the sources of the information are shown on screen, but you can perform your own measurements, provided that they are taken on the same line of longitude, and you can plug them in the equations that will be shown in this video. So here's a brief outline of the maths that we will use. It is simple GCSE level or 10th grade trigonometry. Now I won't dwell on this, but I will put all these relationships up the top right here for future reference. Now, according to the flat Earth model, we have a disk with the sun hovering above it. Now, we can draw a line from the center of the disk to one edge, and we call this the line of longitude. Now, I've chosen here the line of 0 longitude to be in line with the location for our observations. Now we just take the bit that we're interested in, and we can connect the location of our observations with the center of the sun with a line. Now these lines are at an angle to the surface of the Earth, and for the point at the equator, we have an angle of 66.57 degrees, and from the South Pole we have an angle of 23.67 degrees.
This is probably... I just gotta say, this is probably going way over Flat Earthers' heads. Because it's got actual mathematics in it. So, just letting everyone know.
Now, these 2 points are separated by some distance d, which is 10 to the 7 meters. Now, this is a value taken from Google Earth, which I also believe is a trusted source within the Flat Earth community. Now, we can put these parameters aside just for tidiness. Now, we have a triangle that we can split up into 2 right-angled triangles by drawing a line from the center of the sun.
Hold up, with the 10 to the 7 meters, is he sure that that's 10 to the 7 meters and not 10 to the negative 7 meters? Because that would be too... or maybe 10 to the negative 17 meters, which would be a negative number because of JEM truth.
Down to the surface of the Earth, and this line meets the surface of the Earth at 90-degree angles. Now, this line has some length h, and that represents the distance between the Earth's surface and the Sun. Now, we have 2 right-angled triangles, and we can find the hypotenuse r1 and r2 for each triangle. Next, we want to find out the distance between our 2 points and a point where the sun is directly overhead. We'll call these values D1 and D2. Now, we'll put the diagram to the sides so we have some space to work. So the first relationship that we want to see is that D1 plus D2.
So when I say 10 to the negative 7th would be a negative number, that's making a joke about JM Truth. So JM Truth said 10 to the negative 17, guys, is a negative number. Not realizing that it's actually just a really small number. I know how exponents work. Unlike JM Truth. So just explaining that for caution, Kudu decided to point out that it would not be a negative number.
2 is equal to D. Now, D1 is equal to R1 cosine theta 1, and D2 is equal to R2 cosine theta 2. So we have an expression for D in terms of R1, R2, and theta 1 and theta 2. However, there are quite a few unknowns in this expression.
Here's a good question. Will the sun appear directly over the tropic of whatever tropic it is? Because if it doesn't, that would probably disprove flat Earth. It'll be interesting to see if it does. I actually do want to know. Because he is taking it on the longest day here in the southern hemisphere. So RH just asked, how do you get a triangle on a curved surface? So on a curved surface, you'll often deal with things like non-Euclidean geometry. At least when it comes to the Bermuda Triangle, you can get a triangle which has more than 180 degrees. Because I think it's 181.68 maybe. I can't remember the exact angles of the Bermuda Triangle to add them up anyway. But this is actually seeing what it would be on a flat Earth. So anyway, let's see where he goes with this. Because I have a feeling that he's going to use the Tropic of... Which one is it? The Tropic of Cancer or Tropic of Capricorn that's in the southern hemisphere? I think it's the Tropic of Cancer, but I may be wrong. I can't remember which tropic is which, because I guess 2/3 of the world population struggles a bit with trigonometry. Not because they're stupid, but because it's not interesting. Flurfers will have no clue. Yeah. As they say, 3 out of 2 people have problems with fractions as well, so... Yeah.
So we want to reduce that a little bit. So we know that h is equal to r1 sine of theta 1 and r2 sine of theta 2. So we can actually stick that into an expression where we equate r1 sine of theta 1 to r2 sine of theta 2. And we can rearrange that in terms of r1 and r2. Now we can substitute our expression for r1 and r2 into the equation for D, just to get rid of one of the r's in each case.
You know, I do like AB Science's videos, but he should probably simplify them down, because all this is actually rather simple. It's just using a lot of math symbols will confuse flat earthers and even some globe earthers. It'll be like, okay, I need to take a second to process this before I can actually understand it.
And this allows us to then actually solve for R1 and R2. Now, I'll take all the steps on the screen. I'm not going to talk through them because it's actually quite tedious, but it's just there to show you that I'm not...
Yeah, so that's why it would be tedious to go through them, so...
bamboozling you or anything, okay?
Hold up. So AB Science, if you happen to be watching this at all, you do bamboozle quite a few people just by simply putting maths into your videos, especially when it comes to flat earthers, so... Yeah, flat earthers can consider themselves bamboozled. Wonder what the quality of the... Oh, he's got a 1080p. Nice.
Okay, so there we have expressions for R1 and R2, and we can actually evaluate them. So we can find the distances. R1 is roughly 4,000 kilometers, and R2 is roughly 9,200 kilometers. Now we can stick those values to the side, just for tidiness, so we can carry on with our model. So we can actually find our distance D1, and we can do the same for D2. And we can just...
You know, maybe you shouldn't use... First off, maybe you shouldn't use meters. Instead use kilometers. That's the first thing. But secondly, maybe you shouldn't use scientific notation, because that's going to confuse flat earthers. So X Large says, I guess intellectuals don't think this is too much. Like PhD Tony said, they just want to get everything correct. Yeah. Whereas when it comes to me, I try to communicate it as best I can. Sometimes it does take a bit of... Sometimes it does take a little bit to try and communicate it. Meters are the scientific way. True, but, you know, some people might confuse that inf to mean miles. But yeah, I try and communicate it in a way that can be understood by everyone. Sometimes, though, I will bamboozle flat earthers a bit. But, you know, that's just what happens when you try and communicate anything that's beyond the understanding of a second grader. But even sometimes what I do isn't beyond the... What I say isn't beyond the understanding of a second grader. Sometimes it's well within their understanding. Anyway.
quickly check that the two add up to 10 to the 7 meters, which they do. Next, we can calculate the value for h with r1 sine of theta 1, and we can repeat that for r2 sine of theta 2, just as a sanity check, and they are consistent. Now we'll put the values we just found to the side again, just for tidiness. We're now in a position to make our first prediction, and what we're going to do is pick an arbitrary point between Null Island and the south.
So the height is... What? Okay, I'm confused about the height. Why didn't he do this in kilometers? Like, it would have been so much better to do it in kilometers. Then I'll be able to understand it a bit better and get an idea rather than being like, okay, I've got to convert this to meters, and I've got to convert meters to kilometers, which Nathan Oakley completely confuses me on this because it could be divided, but apparently it's multiplied by 1,000. I don't know. No, I know it's divided by 1,000, but then there's the whole scientific notation that's thrown me off a little bit.
South Pole. Now I've chosen
by
points at...
Again, it's another jab at flat earthers that can't math. You know, Nathan Oakley when he was told that you divide by 1,000, he was like, if you divide, don't you think you'd get a smaller number, i.e. millimeters? And then they say, no, Nathan, you're not doing it right. And he was arguing like he thought that he was correct or something.
Minus 45 degrees, it makes the whole job a lot easier. Now this point is separated from the point where the vertical line intersects the surface of the Earth, and this distance is d3. Now we can make a prediction about the elevation angle of the sun, which we'll call theta 3. So what we do is first calculate d3. We can find that using this expression. Now from our model, we would expect the sun to be at...
So X Large says, I agree with you, Planarwalk. If things can be easily explained and in a way everyone can understand, that would be perfect. Professor Dave has done that several times. Yeah. Because I find that not everyone thinks in a particular way. So some people, not everyone will think in ways of pure mathematics, right? Sometimes you got to be like, okay, well, I'm going to have to explain this in a way that everyone can understand rather than just being... Like, if I were to explain the loading and saving system to my game, I've then got to explain how binary works, right? And then or how bytes and bits work, and how I've got to, when it comes to an integer, which is actually 4 bytes, then I've actually got to convert it to... Yeah, when it comes to an integer, which an integer is 4 bytes, just 1, 2, 3, 4. So when it comes to an integer, I've got to be like, okay, well, I'm going to have to store 4 bytes, and that's how I do it. The 4 bytes, I divide the integer up into 4 bytes, which is done by essentially working out a value of 256, or between 0 and 255 for each chunk. And then when it's loaded back into the game again, but no one's going to understand that. So I've got to be like, okay, I've got to skip over that and explain it in more simple terms rather than being like, okay, chunks, bytes, bits, and whatnot, because they're just going to be like, eh? And just be like, okay, yeah, it just saves your information about the player, which isn't wrong, it's just more simple. And I can say, but I can say it doesn't store it in plain text. It actually makes sure that you haven't changed it by using wizardry. To be fair, a lot of what people do in computer science is wizardry, so I don't know how certain things when it comes to encryption work. I know how password encryption works, but I don't know how the rest works.
The inverse tan of h over d3, which is equal to 47.26 degrees. Now, if we compare that to values given to us by suncalc.net, which I believe is also a trusted resource within the Flat Earth community, again, if you have the money, you could fly out there and actually perform this measurement yourself. This gives us an angle of 68.43 degrees. Now, this tells us already that this model is not consistent. Now, there are 2 ways this could be. Either the mathematics is wrong, or the actual assumption that the Earth is a flat disk with the sun hovering above it is incorrect. Now, I know the maths is not wrong.
So yeah, I like this. AB Science tells it as it is. He says, look, buddy, your model's inconsistent. Very simple.
This model is inconsistent. However, let's ignore that inconsistency and move on. What I want to do is actually calculate the size of the sun. So the angular diameter of the sun as seen from Earth is about 0.5 degrees. The radius is then 0.25 degrees. Now we'll call this angle theta s. Now you can check this yourself, but be careful and don't look into the sun. We can now calculate.
Yeah, so that's... Like, here's the thing. Flat Earthers trust their senses, but do they think that they can really trust their senses over a camera? Do they think that they can really trust their senses over a measuring stick? I don't think you can, you know?
The radius of the sun, RS, using trigonometry. So what I've done here is draw the left-hand triangle. We've got D1, H, R1, and theta 1. And we can just rotate this because it's only really R1 that we're interested in. Now we draw another line, which is the hypotenuse going from our point to the edge of the sun. and that has some angle theta s, which is 0.25 degrees. Now we can say that RS actually here is equal to R1 sine of theta s. Now this is a slight bit of trickery. This is called the small angle approximation. Just look it up and you'll see that this is a valid thing to do.
Okay, what is the small angle approximation? Okay, so it says here, the small angle approximations can be used to approximate the values of main trigonometric functions, provided that the angle is small and measured in radians. Did he measure it in radians? I don't think he did. Maybe he did. He actually probably did measure it in radians, but converted to degrees for everyone to understand. So oh my god, it's got calculus. It's using the squeeze theorem. I understand none of this. I understand sine and tan. But I don't understand, like... well, it's got a repeating function by the looks here. Why am I so tired? Is it because I woke up at like 7? I went to bed like 12 last night, so... Okay, so it's got uses in astronomy, motion of a pendulum, optics, wave interference, structural mechanics, piloting, and interpolation. I can actually see it being used in interpolation. But yeah. Yeah, so that is actually a bit of a problem. Like, I always wondered, okay, how do we actually... like, if I wanted to calculate cosine and sine, cosine, and tangent, how would I actually calculate them? Because they said that it essentially makes a wave, but that doesn't tell me much about it, you know? And I know what a sine wave is. A sine wave just simply makes a wave based off sine, which is interesting. However, they didn't tell us how to calculate sine, so I don't know. I also wanted to take calculus, but they didn't let me because it wasn't an option at my school to take calculus. Would have loved to be able to take it though, just to be able to be like, okay, now I understand calculus.
Now here we actually calculate that the radius of the sun as measured from position 1 is 17.5 kilometers. But when we repeat this using the observation from the South Pole, we get a different value. We calculate that the radius of the sun is actually 40 kilometers. This is more than a factor of 2 difference. So this model is still not consistent. So let's have a look at a different model, or the heliocentric model.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
We have a cross-section of the Earth, okay, and this is tilted by some angle, and I've drawn in the equator and the rotation axis, and I've indicated No Island and the South Pole in there. Now the sun is far away off the right of the screen. So, firstly, we look at No Island. Okay, we can draw a tangent line from the surface where we...
First, I've got to say, how's AB Science's old videos good in mine shit? I guess I've just gotten better over time at it.
Standing, and we see that the elevation angle is 66.57 degrees. Now we can repeat the same thing for the South Pole, and we see that the elevation angle is 23.67 degrees. So we have those two values.
Interesting.
And you'll notice, actually, that the lines connecting the points in the sun are roughly parallel. Let's just zoom in on that a little bit. Now we can actually calculate the size of the sun from these two positions, and we make the assumption here that the sun is 150 billion meters away. Now there's a...
I like how he's using meters. Oh, Jesus. Although, to be fair, using meters does give more accurate things if you're working with things like doubles. You might want to use meters or something. I don't know. You feel like math and science should be taught more closely together. It would make it more. You definitely. Like, do you remember Conspiracy Cats' debate with Flat Out Hero, where Conspiracy Cats asked Flat Out Hero Flat Out Hero asked Conspiracy Cats, what is a tangent line? And Conspiracy Cats was like, what? This was back on Non Sequitur show when that was still doing well. Essentially, Conspiracy Cats was trying to explain, okay, this is an observation that we can make. And we find that Polaris cannot be seen in the southern hemisphere, and the angle of Polaris will be equal to your latitude. And he said something about a tangent line. I can't remember what it was. Was it longitude? I get the two confused, so don't matter if I get it doesn't worry. Don't worry if I get them confused.
Slight difference in the distance, and just to be really tedious, I'm going to account for this. So there's a difference in distance of 3,300.
Oh, I like how he's accounting for every little thing. There's something that I accounted for in my video, and in one of my videos I accounted for something, and I even took the long way of going about accounting for it rather than just doing a small, quick and dirty accounting for it. But I managed to essentially reduce the amount of supposed drift that that the Felix Baumgartner jump would have had to experience due to Coriolis effect from, I think my initial approximation was 20-something kilometers, and then my final approximation was about 13-ish. And that was still an approximation because, I'd done a whole lot of things that. But anyway, even with the approximation, I didn't need to worry about it because, fun fact, when it comes to that jump, they actually ended up west of where they started. And 10 kilometers east isn't going to make a difference when you end up 50 kilometers west. So, you can help me with calculus. You have a Bachelor of... says BSc. That's a Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering. I've gotten a simple explanation to start off with calculus, but I haven't delved in too much to calculus because it's scary when I look at it. Just looking at it from a standard thing, it's kind of scary.
9 kilometers. So we can just plug those values in as the distance between those 2 points and the sun, and we find that if we measure the size of the sun from Null Island, we see that the radius of the sun is 6.54497 times 10 to the 8 meters. And when we repeat that from the South Pole, we find that the radius of the Sun is 6.54511 times 10 to the 8th meters. Now, these two values agree with each other within 0.002%. This is most likely due to a rounding error.
I wonder how many comments you got.
So in
because you did
conclusion,
say about
the Flat Earth model delivers inconsistent measurements for the position and the size of the Sun, and these measurements disagree by a factor greater than 2. However, the heliocentric model is consistent with observations, and the measurements are consistent within a factor of 0.0002.
I like how Tim Cal
And this
said,
is a very
"No, I
crude
went there
version
once,
of the
nothing there."
heliocentric model. And it is still 100,000 times more reliable than the Flat Earth model. Now, I hope I've clearly demonstrated one of the major flaws in the Flat Earth model. You can get in contact with me by just commenting on this video. I will try and respond to all.
Well, maybe I should leave a comment. Just saying... I don't know what I'd leave a comment of. Something about getting in contact. I'll comment. Hello there. I would like to get in contact with you. Yeah, it would go right over. There we go. Comment. Like, this person here says 630 is the key to being flat earther, and I think it's going to be something about ignoring.
Consistent. However, let's ignore that inconsistency and move.
Yeah, the key to being a flat earther. This is the So PDX Dragon says, great video. This is the kind of nonsense you're competing with. And then they say, the sun sets just fine on a flat Earth.
When it comes to cryptocurrency
The
trading,
maths
there's
are
a place
wrong
that gathers Ethereum.
by P-Brain. Let's see what P-Brain is.
And then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture?
Here's a question. Just to confuse them, use the heart emojis. So here's a question. Where did it hit him? Because I feel like it hit him on the head, and then he got brain damage. That's probably where it hit P-Brain. Maybe it hit him directly on the brain. What the? Oh, Desert! Hey, it's Desert the cameraman!
Hello everybody, P-Brain here. I got inspired to do a video. I'd been discussing on my
from
couple of my
2016.
videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon, and I had a couple people show me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this.
Yeah, so people saying that it would make it to the horizon are people that are saying that it would never make it to the horizon are absolutely 100% right. The sun would never go low enough in angular its angle would never be low enough to actually make it to the horizon, because perspective will not make something go down. So he's going to say, but what about perspective? And literally perspective has everything to do with angles. So let's see what he says.
This video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000 miles that many flat earthers use.
Oh, see? A lot of flat earthers use 3,000 miles. So yeah, let's see what he says.
And that's what I'm going to use for this video. This guy sent me this picture, and he's got all the maths included, and it looks good, you know. At first, I had a little tough time with it because there's a couple... Will P-Brain use maths? Will P-Brain actually use maths that is correct? And if he does use maths, we're going to check him on it. We're going to go ahead and do the maths for ourselves, and then maybe we can even get some observations going. How about that? things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground. And instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second.
Flat earthers are always perplexed, I think. I think that's just a truth of life. I wonder how many subs Desert the Cameraman has these days. Because I don't know if I've seen anything from him recently. I'd have to check.
Makes you start to doubt. But I mean, I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective.
He says he knows it wrong. He knows it's wrong, but he can't explain why it's wrong. That's how you know someone's bullshitting, when they say that they know something is wrong, but they can't actually give reasons for why it's wrong. Anyway, let's see.
So I thought, and then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate...
Okay, why did the... Whoa, what changed? Like, his voice just suddenly changed there. Oh, so what's wrong with this picture, P-Brain?
Visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account.
Oh,
and that's
God.
what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines, and they're drawing visual angles to it. It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of...
Yeah, the video changed quality. Like, the video... This video that we're watching changed quality. For some reason. No idea why.
Actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun. But it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to...
Actually, let me just check the levels.
...the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a completely different picture.
No, it just changed out of the blue. I don't think there was anything to do with the resolution, because it also just got rid of the background noise as well. So
sure.
So yeah, he's gonna be using. Oh my god, this is bad. This is bad. Oh jeez, there's a reason why we use a side-on view. That's so that we can show the angles, right? The math still works out. So is he going to show any mathematics here? That's what I wonder. If he shows maths, then I'll be impressed. But it looks like he's just going to be like, well, the diagram has problems, so therefore it's wrong.
All right, take a look at this wall of lines. Now, this wall is not an illustration. It's not a cartoon. It's a photo. It's reality. Okay.
But in reality, if you're looking side on, it will be parallel, right? Those lines will be parallel. But in your perspective, they will appear to be from your perspective, they will appear to converge. This diagram is demonstrating, and we can calculate it using a diagram like this, how much they will appear to converge. That is why, when it comes to 3D software, they use perspective calculations. Oh my god, this video is so stupid!
Okay, this that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles. But
It's nothing but geometry, exactly. It seems like flat earthers failed geometry. I wonder if flat earthers got perplexed by that puzzle where you know how there's that puzzle where you've got to put the right shapes in the right hole? I wonder if they ever got confused by that. And was like, and was just like, why won't the star fit in the square hole? It's not going in the square hole. And that's why they never liked geometry and why they thought that the earth was flat, because they're trying to fit the ball in a flat hole or something, I don't know.
It has nothing to do with perspective.
Wait,
and how we would see it, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that. It's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun.
Yeah, geometry does have.
So in this next slide.
So perspective and geometry are closely intertwined. You can calculate perspective based on geometry.
Slide here, I'm going to superimpose these lines, the perspective lines, over on top of this. Okay, here we go. All right, and as you can see, the way they're representing the sun.
That's not how perspective works. You have no maths. You literally have no maths to show that that's how perspective is going to work. And besides, you're using perspective on top of the calculations for perspective. So of course it's going to appear to get to the horizon because you're using the calculations for perspective on top of calculations, or you're using a visual representation for perspective on top of calculations for perspective, which is not how it's going to work. I mean, that the side-on view is meant to show the height of the sun. Oh, so Creaky's 40k special has ended. I didn't know that he had a 40k special.
Sun is staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right?
I did notice that everyone was live streaming at this particular time for some reason.
They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that.
But they will never actually... he's basically going like, okay, yeah, well... we'll make up this thing of spatial planes, which seems like it might be legitimate, but not really. And then they'll base their whole argument on that and be like, okay, so because of spatial planes, disprove spatial planes. It's like, well, you've got to prove that this is actually what's happening, or this is how it's happening. Because I can create 3D software which does not rely on spatial planes, just relies on simple angles, and gives a pretty accurate representation of what you'd expect to see in reality when it comes to any... Like, if I were to take a photo of a room, and then I were to put, do a 3D model... No, if I were to do 3D modeling of everything in the room, measure things, like I could measure my computers, measure the width and height of the monitors, and then take a photo of it, I'd expect to see the exact same thing. If I had the placement completely correct. And that might be something that I might do. I might actually do a measurement of my desk one day, do a measurement of my computer screens, do a quick mock-up in Blender, and then take a picture from a certain point in my room of the computer screens and everything, and then show that Blender matches reality, that the perspective and maths within Blender is absolutely correct. And that'd be interesting to see how flat earthers react to that.
That z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us...
Wait. His audio quality changed again. Like, hold up. I'm going to go back to show you that it's nothing to do with that it's nothing to do with the video quality or whatnot. I'm going to go back and it's going to...
toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from
nothing
you
to do with
are going to
YouTube
all
quality.
converge.
Yet this diagram
See?
that they show
Just
us,
switches.
saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel.
See, look at these parallel lines, and look how...
So, he obviously doesn't understand this at all, right? Because if he did, he wouldn't be making this argument. Right? Because essentially, the height remains the same. These lines of convergence that you're seeing are due to the fact that the height remains the same. So, clearly he doesn't understand this. Your parallel lines look like they converge, but they are still parallel.
they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and
they don't go
these formulas. They don't.
They don't go against that. You have not even used mathematics. I was going to be like, okay, let's check him on his maths, but he didn't even use mathematics to show that it's wrong. He just said, well, I don't understand this, therefore it's wrong.
Work, friends. So anytime someone brings this up, bring them to this video, show them this picture, and this is the reality. The photograph is
yeah, this is bullshit. Like, one person said, P-Brain, I think you've chosen your YouTube name well, however you spelt it wrong. And yeah, another person says, you're too hard trying to make reality conform to a faulty model. The way you seem to be modeling this, objects would accelerate towards the horizon the further the way they get. The opposite is true, however. For example, when driving down the interstate, you see something like a radio tower off in the distance ahead of you. You might drive towards it for 10-20 minutes and see very little change in its height. The closer you get, however, the more rapidly it appears to grow. Instead of the sun, imagine you're standing next to a 3,000 mile tall tower. You have to look up almost 90 degrees off in the horizon to see the top. Move 3,000 miles away and the top of the tower is 45 degrees off the horizon. Move another 3,000 miles and the top is 26 degrees off the horizon. Another 3,000 miles, it's 18 degrees. Notice the decay. With each move, the height of the object appears to change less. This is the case whether you're talking about a telephone pole, a radio tower, an imaginary 3,000 foot tower, or a sun that is only 3,000 miles high in the sky. It is the case of an imaginary sun 3,000 miles high in the sky. It would still be 1 degree above the horizon at a distance of 172,000 miles. And he's absolutely correct, because as you get further away from something, its angular size will change less and less from the same amount of movement away. I mean, I know it's wrong. Very scientific of you. Start with the conclusion and then try and force a weak argument to fit it. But yeah, like, this comment section is full of debunks of it. Except for the occasional person that says, this is an excellent video. Thank you. But yeah. Anyway, we've strayed well far away from the original video. Can you imagine that this started with this video here? Oh jeez, I just realized that I'm gonna have to go back. Oh no. There we go. Alright, where are we? We're currently... Oh yeah, so we had a look at that video. But we could have a look at this video. Now this is... Did I actually have a camera on for this one? I thought I didn't have a camera on for this one. I thought that I did most of it in voiceover. So yeah. Also, first time watching one of your videos. Yeah, I generally do videos rather than anything. Because, why not? Alright, so let's go to this one. Yeah, let's take a look at this one, which people... So, as we go into this one... Okay, so it's not going to immediately play by the looks of it. Alright, so this one got an incredible amount of dislikes. It got 65 dislikes, right? Well, I'm going to... So, I'm thinking of actually creating a... I'm thinking of creating a sort of updated version of this video, because I think that it probably... The reason why it's done so badly in dislikes is because of my attitude towards it. Like, so essentially, the way that I went about it is... I think I'm too abrasive, whereas these days I tend to be more calm and collective, although this is something that would make you abrasive. And I also didn't know, like, if I go down to the comment section, where is it? Yeah, I think Sean Hufford said, just to point out, there was the whole no forest things was a troll of the flat earth. It was made by a globe earther willing to test It was made by a globe earther to test how willing flat earthers were to jump on anything, no matter how ridiculous, as long as it supported a flat earth. It took about 2 weeks for flat earthers to realize it for what it was. Now they deny ever supporting the no forest things. So, that was an interesting thing. So, yeah, well, go ahead. And hello, Jord.
What's up, Planner? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
I'm alright. Just popped in from letting the dogs out. Was gonna hop in earlier to let you know at first about your audio issues, but...
Did I have audio issues?
I think there was... Oh, no, you were buffering. I was popping in to let you know you were buffering, and, like, as soon as I popped in, you stopped buffering, and I was like, oh, okay, and just popped right back out.
Oh, that explains why I heard something when I joined, when I reconnected, because the buffering issues were actually due to... Oh, here, hold up.
Dunning-Kruger and Flat Earth go hand in hand. Some of the Flat Earthers' ignorance never ceases to amaze me.
That is very true, and thank you for the £4.99 super chat, Giza the Masked Reviewer.
See, and something I've always thought on the Dunning-Kruger thing is just like in space, there's not only 2 dimensions of Dunning-Kruger. There is how much you know, how much you think you know, and how much you want to know. And once you throw in that 3rd dimension of how much you want to know, then you go places you don't... Yeah. Because it's easy to argue against somebody who knows they don't know, but it's impossible to argue with somebody who knows they don't know and refuses to know.
That is very true, I did like that, at the end. But yeah, like flat earthers are very high on the Dunning-Kruger. I think they also think that they know a lot about it, but then they refuse, as you said, they refuse to go ahead and learn more. Like for me, I think that's actually why a lot of globe earthers, when they get introduced to flat earth, you've got some of them that will convert, and those are the ones that don't really want to know, right? Or don't really want to put in the effort of learning. Then you've got people that, like myself, that will be like, okay, well, I might learn... I'll go ahead and look into everything to learn more. right? And that's what I did. And then you've got some people that already know and can say, well, yeah, this is actually complete bullshit.
Right.
So yeah, it just depends what you decide. What do you decide? And I decided, well, I want to learn more about everything. So
see, and when I immediately found Flat Earth, my reaction was, this has got to be a fucking joke. Like,
oh, definitely.
Like,
so
I don't know about you, but I grew up with my grandpa and a couple of my mom's friends were really, well, my grandpa was into astronomy, and my mom's friends were into astrology. So like 99% of my life I spent up looking at the night sky. So
yeah,
it just amazes me how you can, like, I could probably talk to my grandpa next time there was a full moon, and we could go sit out in the middle of a field. I'm sure he still has his telescope, and just look at the mountains and craters and stuff on the moon, and how you can look at that and think that, oh yeah, it's lit up, so it has to be lighting. It's, I don't understand.
Yeah,
like,
I'm just going to reduce your volume a bit because apparently you're a bit too loud. So there we go.
I am sorry about that. That's probably
don't worry. I
me
reduced.
Talking.
I did reduce it, so don't worry too much about it. But yeah, when I looked earlier, oh sorry. I was just going to say, when it comes to when I discovered about the whole flat Earth thing, I actually I think it was a channel called Globe Skeptic, and I just searched it up, and 3 years ago was their last upload.
Jeez.
And, you know, that was how I was introduced to Flat Earth, and I thought that it was just a joke, you know. I thought that the whole thing was a joke, and that the person in my class, this was an IT class, by the way, I thought that he was crazy. I wasn't wrong about that. So... the first time I ever heard of Flat Earth, it was from a guy who I knew was obviously crazy, you know, like, yeah. I'll just tell you, he was my weed dealer, he was a sovereign citizen, and he thought the CIA was looking for him, so, I mean, like, we're talking full... The last bit isn't too out there. I mean, yeah, compared to the other things, but yeah. So I knew he was crazy, but then when my introduction to the online flat Earth realm was from watching Red's Rhetoric videos, watching his videos of rocket launches, put him in my suggested feed a lot, and then he mirrored one of his debates on his channel, and so pretty much the first flat Earth voice I heard on the internet was Jaronism getting destroyed by Red's Rhetoric. Like, that would be lovely. That was awesome, and I was just like, yeah, these people are stupid, and thank God there are smart people out here telling them how stupid they are. Yeah. Because I'm kind of smart, but I just, most of the time when flat earthers talk, I'm just like, what? Yeah. Anyway, well, what I'll do is I'll get into this video, and let's see how bad I did, and let's see if we can correct it. Because I also technically had a bit of help from Professor Stick. Because he was he was one of the main debunkers at the time. Ahoy hoy. Will I be able to hear it on the stream, or? You'll be able to hear it from me, by the way. Okay. And recently someone asked me to watch this video called There Are No Forests on Planet Earth. And they wanted me to give them my opinion on it. So I did that, and I don't have a high opinion of it. It's one of these things that actually got really difficult to watch, partially because it kept on repeating the same thing over and over again. So I was like, I'm going to make a video on this, because this is some stupid conspiratorial bullshit. That's the short version of it. But I'm actually going to go and explain why they're wrong. And I have to give a shout out to Professor Stick, because I asked him on Twitter a couple of things which I was just wondering about, and he answered them. So I highly recommend you go and check out Professor Stick's YouTube channel. He does some great stuff over there. He is a good person, Professor Stick. He has some good content, and he's also a scientist. Why is my volume in this so... Oh, I know why my volume in this is so low. The reason why it's so low is because I didn't have audio compression on all these old videos.
Oh.
So I was just going off what my mic had. So, you know. And I also had this keyboard here at the time, although it didn't have everything else on it. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, same shirt. Yes, I am wearing the same shirt. Didn't I? I did say that I've been wearing the same shirt for 2 years. What's that?
I just asked if you were really wearing the same shirt, and yeah, you are. Like, I had to click over to the stream.
Yeah, like someone said about wearing the same shirt for 2 years. Yeah, I've been wearing the same shirt for 2 years. So yeah.
I have one shirt that I've had for about 6 years now, and I'm terrified to lose it. Like, my girlfriend asked me to wear it one time, or my ex-girlfriend did, and I was like, no, you're not wearing it out of the house, because something could happen, and you could lose that shirt. Like, more worried about her losing the shirt than her being out there topless, but that's just me.
Well, I mean, well, I don't worry about like certain shirts. Like there are some shirts that if I were to lose, I'd be like, okay, where'd this shirt go? Like, there's my pizza T-shirt, there's my Flat Earth Noose T-shirt, and soon to be a conspiracy theorist warding T-shirt and a This Is an Egg T-shirt. Don't know when those two will be. Like, technically, I could order the This Is an Egg T-shirt, but I want to wait until I've gotten the conspiracy theorist warding T-shirt. Okay, Ugly German Truth says, is it just the lighting in your stream right now, or is it slightly less black and now slightly greying? Well, I think that it will be... well, firstly, it's very cloudy outside. So that makes sense as to why it would be, and it's starting to rain, but that makes sense as to why it would be kind of dark. And when I started, it was a bit, it was pretty dark when I started, although we are heading into summer, so that should help, I guess. But yeah, anyway, we'll continue on with this video. I believe most of it is done in voiceover though. Let's see. Although I'm small and it probably won't help much at all. So anyway, let's get into this. Oh, and I forgot to mention they're also flat earthers. So
there are no forests on Earth.
So here he's trying to tell us that forests that we have seen aren't actually forests. I don't think this guy has access to a dictionary. Can someone please get this guy a dictionary and show him the word forest, please?
For those who...
I've forgotten some of the jokes that I had. It's like some of the jokes are legitimately good. Is that Barnabas Snaggy? I don't know. Let me reverse it and see if it is. It is really quiet though. Like, I did not level the audio out, and I should have, honestly. This guy a dictionary and show him the word forest, please.
For those who think that trees were killed just because of wood materials, I want to dispel your claims. Trees are energy generators.
Okay, so it's not Barnabas Snaggy. So anyway, it's very, very quiet, unfortunately.
Produce constant electricity, oxygen from photosynthesis, food. They have root network and are programmed to exchange data. Our ancestry had a theory that trees are programmed to keep data from everything on the planet and saving it in their information portal.
Okay. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. Yeah. So he just said that trees are trying to. What? Hold up. Let me actually check to see the. Oh, I just realized why this might be so quiet. Wait, let me actually turn that up. It's because I had the gain, or my fader gain, all the way down on voice meter. So that should be a bit louder now. Anyway, he just said that trees store data. I'd like to see a claim for that. Like, citation fucking needed.
Yeah, let me see if I can turn that off. I hope you guys didn't hear that,
But if I were to redo this video, I'd have to keep in mind that even though all these claims are batshit crazy, this is one of them things where it is completely... it's a hoax, right? But it is completely batshit. So I'd have to keep that in mind and basically address it on the premise that it is a hoax and people believe it, and basically say, and basically go through and say, so I'd have to start with keep in mind that this is a hoax, but we'll go through it as if people believe it. So yeah,
like I don't know if you heard about like. I can't remember who he was talking about it with, but FTFE was talking about it with someone. I think it was on Agree to Disagree. They were talking about QAnon, and like they were talking about how they wanted to cover it, but some of the stuff was just so batshit crazy that like where would you even start? But like I feel like like I want to do a QAnon video because I feel like it's like somebody's got to be like, look, this is some crazy shit, and people are crazy. People believe it.
What I need to do is I need to start delving into QAnon, and because it is batshit, right? And if anyone has any resources on QAnon, because I think one of the things is that QAnon seems really vague, and only people that sort of have gotten deep into the rabbit hole really. No, they sort of give trails of things that they may not necessarily call QAnon, right? So they'll be like, okay, so they'll say things like Pizzagate and try and convince people of Pizzagate, and then once they've got you on that, they then introduce you to other QAnon concepts. Like they'll start with, or here's a way that they'll put it, they'll start with Jeffrey Epstein.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, they'll start with Jeffrey Epstein, and once they sell you on Jeffrey Epstein having a pedo ring on an island, then they'll say, well, the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing was due to the Democrats, and it's like, wait a second, this is QAnon, isn't it?
Also, there are small patches, like, it's not exclusively right-wing QAnon, it is mostly just establishment. So like not a lot of them will be like because I have seen QAnon posts tying Trump in with it, which honestly there are credible links of Trump, they've got pictures together, but like there's nothing to suggest that he ever diddled any kids, to put it in probably the least offensive way I can put it. It's just it's not a matter of politics. It's a matter of craziness, and there are crazy people on both sides. Yeah.
Although Ugly German Truth says the Venn diagram of QAnoners and Trump fans is very overlapping. Yes, it is.
Yeah. It's I'd say it's almost a circle, but it's not quite a circle. Like
definitely.
There's just a little bit that like.
Yeah, that little bit that doesn't quite.
It's like what do you?
Yeah, it's just sort of on the outsides. But yeah, anyway, it could be a circle with in a circle,
Yeah.
Because I don't think that every Trump supporter is a QAnoner. I'd hope they're not. Otherwise, that would be depressing for.
I mean, at some point, to believe in Trump, to actually vote for Trump at this point, I think you gotta have some type of conspiratorial thinking, because
probably.
I mean, he's pushing the don't trust the vote in by mail, blah 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 blah. It's just, you gotta believe there's some credit to that to still back the man, if anybody, you can see how Democrats are reacting to it right now. If anybody you didn't put in power started talking like that, you'd freak out too.
Well, I'd actually say that currently what's happening now is one of these things where it's very... So Trump is does have a strategy, and essentially what he's doing is he's blaming Nancy Pelosi for no one getting stimulus, right? And Nancy Pelosi is essentially blocking Trump's stimulus package, or stopping it from going to Senate. Now, I think that if it were to go to Senate, it probably wouldn't get passed due to Mitch McConnell. Now, if she were to let it go to Senate, then you've got the option, if it does get passed, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing, because it's also got some other things in the bill that aren't good things. Exactly. It's got good things. It's got a good stimulus package. It's a good stimulus package if you just consider the stimulus, but the other things within the bill, it's like, well, we don't want to pass them, so we want to negotiate to get these other things out of the stimulus bill. And Nancy Pelosi has put many stimulus bills towards the Senate, but they've all been shot down by Mitch McConnell. So,
Yeah, and that's something that I'm not really a politics guy anymore, because honestly, when you break down to the core beliefs, most Americans have the same core beliefs. It's just they've been tricked into believing that the other person has the opposite beliefs.
Oh,
and then
definitely.
there are some just horrible people on both sides that are exacerbating it, because America's just a tribal place, and at the end of the day, we're gonna be tribal until hopefully until a peaceful solution is found. But even saying that,
well, I hope there's a peaceful solution to tribalism.
Man, we all hope that there is, but it just
But anyway, we'll continue on with this.
Sorry.
That was a huge.
You got 9 hours to fill, bud. I mean,
I've already filled 2 hours, so Although technically, it's less than 2 hours, because there was that bit at the start where, But Anyway,
the carbon fiber.
That's fucking. Oh, what did I say? Oh, what did he say?
Program to keep data from everything on the planet and saving it in the information portal in the carbon fiber.
That's fucking amazing. How did I not know that? Now, can you please provide some proof for that, please? I'll be waiting here. I have the feeling that you're not going to provide proof.
That's kind of a citation.
In regards to your other claims, why would someone want to destroy trees if it's not for materials? Honestly, why would someone want to go ahead and destroy the things that give us oxygen, that give us food? These are things that we need. They need them too. But I'm guessing you're just going to keep claiming that demons want to do that. That was a crazy thing that he did say. But as I said, what we've got to do is we've got to keep in mind that these people are just trying to fool the flat earthers, see what they'll accept. So,
definitely.
So that is something that you have to keep in mind. And Some flat earthers will probably go, yeah, it's still true though. It's like, well, no, it's not. But yeah, I'll see what exactly I said about it, and we'll see exactly where I go, because a lot of people basically, like, let me go down to some of the comments. Random comments. Could use less snark. How little is your brain? Flat Earth equals real. You know?
That's proof of it, man. That's 100% scientifically proven, because science proves things, don't you know?
Another person.
Science.
5 months ago, one person says, you sound like a sociopath. Do I? I think it's because I swore a lot, right? Oh, another one. You're all squares. Don't look at things with an open mind. Every comment I've seen is people knocking it without considering it as a possibility. Also, this video doesn't do justice. He just takes some of the far-fetched parts, question everything. I mean, the far-fetched parts are the things that you can use to shoot down the general claim. Like, if the natural consequence of something is something that's absolutely far-fetched, then yeah, it's going to, you know.
Like, if I say that the moon is made of cheese, like, everything else lines up except for the fact that we went to the moon and it's not made of cheese, then it's not made of cheese. Like,
yeah,
you pick out the most ridiculous claim, and if most of the time their entire argument rests on the most ridiculous claim they make.
Yeah.
Because flat earthers, they're not trying to convince us. They're trying to convince people who don't know any better and can't immediately go, well, yeah, if, like, they'll say the moon's close, the average person isn't going to go, well, then why doesn't its size change when I move far away? You know, they're not going to think like that.
Yeah.
At most, they'll think, no, you're stupid. At worst, they'll think, oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so Ugly German Truth said, so the commenter admits that some parts presented as likely and the rest theory are far-fetched and thus supposedly not 100% probable. So why didn't the original poster of the video, the original poster of this video, that was me, I guess, but then technically the original poster of the video was trolling, so, like, the video that I'm responding to was trolling, so, you know, he would say that it's not 100% probable. So, you know, as I said, you got to consider that it is a hoax. Or that it was a hoax, I guess.
Don't know the reason, but some sequoias these vandals left alive. Even put a fence and called Wildlife Sanctuary.
Maybe they just realized that if we keep on killing the same type of tree, we're going to kill all of that type of trees, and then there will be none left.
So, where are silicon trees?
What?
Yeah, where are all the buffalo, man? I mean, they say we killed a lot of buffalo back in the day. If we killed a lot of buffalo, where are they? You know?
Yeah.
I feel like that's exactly the argument he just made there, unless I misheard him, but it's like, he says, if they cut down so many, where are they? Like, I don't know if I was kind of half paying attention, but, like, it grabbed my attention because I was like, did he really just say that? Like,
yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens. How I reacted and all that. You haven't proved that silicon trees exist yet. Can you please prove that silicon trees exist before asking, where are the silicon trees? Okay?
I'm an idiot, yeah.
By the way,
I didn't hear him say silicon tree.
silicon
I'm
trees.
an idiot. I haven't been paying attention.
And then he says, here are our silicon trees. And he's going to, hopefully he says why there's the silicon trees here. I think I included that part.
I want to introduce you, the museum under the open sky. Stone trees here are just scattered in the desert and also fenced. Everybody today can visit this circus by the name Petrified Forest National Park. In this park, petrified fossils are not common, they are unique. Then, these trees morphed into semi-precious stones.
I wouldn't. So, firstly, when it comes to, I've been to a petrified forest.
No.
Have you? Is it?
Yeah, no, I've never been to a petrified forest. I have seen a petrified stump, though. A friend of mine had a big lump of petrified wood, and it was pretty much like the size of a stump. I thought it was the coolest thing ever, but yeah, I've never been to a petrified forest. That sounds cool as hell, though.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see.
Almost.
What's that?
I'm gonna say it almost sounds like a fantasy, like, don't go into the petrified forest. There lies the Lich King.
Maybe. Anyway, we'll continue on. I didn't say morphed. It is a long process that lasts millions of years where the organic materials get replaced with minerals. As simple as that.
Let's see what Wikipedia is telling us. Special rare conditions must be met in order for the fallen stem to be transformed into fossil wood or petrified wood. In general, the fallen plants get buried in the environment free of oxygen, which preserves the original plant's structure and general appearance.
So, yeah, I think I'm clapping here because he got that right. You know, it's one of the things where a lot of people... Now, this guy is actually taking the flat earth route. He'll look at some information and then present that information and then completely be like, well, this information is wrong, not provide any evidence for why the information is wrong, and then proceed to substitute it for their own ridiculous theory.
Right. Pretty much. It's not... Oh, gosh. Go somewhere, Luna. Sorry, that was my dog. But it's not... They're pretty much saying it's not what the experts say it is. It's what I just thought of 5 minutes ago.
Exactly, yes. Anyway, we'll continue on. Congratulations. You did research. So it's over now, isn't it? You've explained how things get petrified. That's it. You've done your research. We can go home. No? Let's see what else you have to say.
Transmorphing wood into semi-precious stones. This is where the lies and ignorance becomes uncontrollable.
I just have to laugh at the irony there.
It is really funny because, like, he says lies and ignorance. Like, I'm not gonna straight up call him a liar because, like you said, you think he, or do you know that he was just throwing shit out there to hook flat earthers into saying ridiculous shit?
Yeah, he was trying to just bait flat. Essentially, the whole idea was he was baiting flat earthers to try and see if they'd accept what he said, and then he revealed. Right. Then he went ahead and revealed that it was a hoax. But flat earthers to this day still believe it because, you know, they tend not to realize. What's that?
Like the guy with the COVID. He posted a video where he just had some random electrical equipment. He put on high visibility clothes and a hard hat. Put the letter COVID-19 on the electrical equipment and was like, look guys, this electrical equipment that they have me putting in this cell phone tower says COVID-19 on it, and like millions of people bought it. And like he came out later and he was like, yeah, you're all stupid, like, because there was a point where he said that when he was working on the 5G tower, his lasagna that was in his car at the foot of the tower was cooked by the time he came back and looked for his in time for lunch. Like, it was a crazy video, and people still bought it. And like he was like, whenever I saw it, they just conveniently cut out the part where I claimed that the tower cooked my lasagna. And I was like, of course they did, because that's too ridiculous, you know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually try to look for that video. Unless you know what I'm talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, actually. It'd be an interesting thing to take a look at, because a lot of... Essentially, what they'll do is they'll run with, like, a bit of a video, even if... even if the whole entirety of the video doesn't suit their narrative. Like, when I was debating Nathan Thompson, I essentially had to repeatedly ask him time and time again for the full context of what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Now, I knew the full context of what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Because he said that Neil deGrasse Tyson says that Eratosthenes' experiment works on a flat Earth. You know, he says Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it works on a flat Earth, and I'm like, yes, he did. But did you hear what he said? What he said after that? And he just kept on going. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it worked on a flat Earth, and eventually I was like, okay, well, I'll explain what he said after that. So immediately after that, what he said is, it works on a flat Earth if you don't add a third shadow. If you add a third shadow, then it only works on a globe with parallel sun rays. So, you know, it was a cherry picking out of context. You're cherry picking something completely out of context. But anyway, I'll continue on with this. We've got 10 minutes to get through the video.
Are not broken. Trees are sawn into accurate pieces.
Why would someone go to all the effort of cutting something up and then just leaving it there? Why not use it? You make no sense whatsoever.
Let me introduce to you. This is Devil's Tower, Mesa, or so-called Lacalis, that is formed from a magmatic melt from the Earth's deeps about 200 million years ago. At least this is how Wikipedia is telling us. Let's come closer to our tree stump to look at his fantastically...
So firstly, I do have to say about Wikipedia, like, some people will say that Wikipedia is complete bullshit. I do trust the sources in Wikipedia.
You have to be incredibly, well, not even incredibly, you just have to have a basic knowledge in order to trust Wikipedia. Because, yeah, there are some, like, if you go look at, like, a presidential candidate's page, I'm sure that, like, it's constantly being updated by people trying to make one candidate look better than the other or something like that. I'm sure there are plenty of pages which are constantly being updated because the science isn't 100% settled on the subject, and, like, scientists have opinions that they're allowed to present, and, you know, if Wikipedia deems them a credible source, they let them. It's just...
Yeah, well, when it comes to Wikipedia, essentially the way that I view it is some of the... Like, sure, anyone can edit it, but there's a lot of sources. Like, there's footnotes and all that. You can click on certain things, and then it will take you to the sources. And people can go ahead and edit it to get rid of things that aren't... to get rid of unsourced claims. And another thing is, when it comes to Wikipedia, then some pages do get locked. Like, for example... pages on political figures will get locked if a lot of people are trying to edit it, and a lot of changes do get made either way. You know, I think Gladys Berejiklian's Wikipedia page has been locked because let me see. Gladys Berejiklian.
That must be a new thing that political, or at least since I was in, well, last time I used Wikipedia was I was in like 8th grade, because now I don't really, I at least have a working knowledge to know how to do research myself, you know? I feel like Wikipedia is a great place to find places to research, you know, like you don't use Wikipedia as your source. You use the source that Wikipedia uses as your source, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, so when I go to Gladys Berejiklian, otherwise known as Koala Killers, Wikipedia page, it says it is semi-protected until February 24th, 2021.
See, I never remembered that. I just remembered in like middle school, kids laughing as they were trying to edit Barack Obama's thing to say that he was a Muslim, and I don't remember if that ever got through, but
yeah.
Let me actually mute. I'm sorry, I have dogs.
Okay. I'll continue on with this. Why am I doing so much?
Inexplicable columns. Let's look in Wikipedia once again. Igneous rock is formed through the cooling and solidification of magma or lava. Huh? What a smart magmatic melt. He just stand and frozen in appearance of perfect hexagonal columns for 300 meters in the sky. You can synchronize your instruments on these miracle columns.
So the first thing is, just because it looks like a tree doesn't make it a fucking tree. But the next thing is that these columns aren't created by lava just deciding, oh, this is the shape we're gonna form. No, it's actually created from cracking. You see, when magma solidifies, it's still quite hot, so therefore it can still cool down a lot more. And when it's cooling down, it contracts. When it contracts, it cracks, and therefore you get the columns. It's simple science. Learn it. So yeah, I think that explanation is probably a very simple explanation. Obviously, there might be more going on there, but as it stands, that's a pretty simple explanation that does work for it. So, you know. Anyway, we'll continue on. Well, I like how they've got the... got like... What is that? It looks like a cauliflower or broccoli.
And now let's open botany textbook. Let's find structure of any plant and let's compare it with our giant stump. We won't go deep into this. We want only those facts that will fall into our hands from the stamp's photos.
There's a word for that. Oh, I think I was about to say something, but I think I'm about to say it as well. That. Cherry picking.
I want to...
Oh yeah, exactly. So that's essentially what I was about to say, is, yeah, essentially it's a cherry picking thing. Using only facts that align with what you want is cherry picking.
I mean, then again, there are certain, like, positions where you can take, like, where all honestly, the Earth's a globe, but taking that position, all facts will align with, all objective facts will align with that statement, but then again, it's just, you can't just accuse somebody who, of course, what he said is cherry picking.
Yeah.
For any clerks who may be watching, you can't just say, oh, you're only using facts that support your opinion and call that cherry picking, because then you look stupid.
But if you decide, okay, we're only going to go with the facts that support us and not consider the other facts, that is cherry picking. Because if there are facts that disagree with you, then, you know, that will be a problem. So
exactly. Just first grade baby's first lesson on cherry picking here, guys.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway,
to introduce you a cross section of the stem of flax. Well, gentlemen biologists, are you noticing anything? No? Look, seems like honeycombs in the middle. Oh, way! And they are all hexagonal. Well, what a coincidence. If we remove skin around this flax, our stump skin is already removed. Look.
What's that?
he's pointing out that it's hexagonal and claiming that, like, is he trying to, like, draw lines between that and the geologic columns and claiming that because I'm not 100% confident in my ability to discuss this, but I'm pretty sure that the hexagon is the most stable structure because it's literally just a circles stacked on top of each other with the bubbles removed that would create. So, like...
Yeah, like, essentially, the way that I view it is I do think that it is... the reason why a lot of things are hexagonal, like, let's say crystals, for example, is because that's the way that... That's the way... I think it's due to carbon having 6 electrons in its shell, and so therefore it tends to arrange itself in hexagonal lattices, and that's why you tend to get hexagonal shapes. I may be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that is one of the big reasons.
What I'm basing mine off of, I've just remembered while I was thinking of it, is honeycombs. When bees make honeycombs, they just make circles, and then they like solidify into hexagons because they're connected by that little wax they throw up.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case for honeycombs. For this, though, I think it's more due to things like carbon, or at least some other things as well. Well, I'm not completely sure on it, and I could probably ask Conspiracy Cats or someone.
Right.
But yeah. Anyway, let's continue on.
At the small rocks around it. And guess what? Flax looks exactly like our stump from the bird side.
Well, you said it just earlier. It is a coincidence. If you take two things that are completely unrelated and you look hard enough, you'll find some relation between the two. But I think the more pressing issue is that cross-section that you showed. Each of those hexagons represent a cell. Now, there is a limit to how big a cell can get. This is what I talked to Professor Stick about. When you increase the volume of a cell, the surface area of that cell increases as well. But it does not increase at the same rate that the volume increases at. As a cell increases in volume, it needs more carbon dioxide, more oxygen, more nutrients for that cell. These get absorbed through the surface of the cell, so if the cell doesn't have enough surface area to cater to the volume, that cell's gonna be dead.
Fibers do not...
Yeah, and I just wanted to touch, because you said something about how looking at anything could, like any two things, and you could draw a conclusion. I already brought up that honeycombs, they're hexagonal too. Are you going to tell me that I and those mountains were made by bees because what bees make are hexagonal, and cells can look hexagonal, and those are hexagonal? We're all made by bees. Bees confirmed.
Bee Earth.
Bee Earth confirmed, yes.
Oh, I'm sure that God is basically Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, God, no. What is the deal with flat earthers? Do you not see the wings?
That's got to be funny. that could be something that flat earthers could start believing, maybe. That that Jerry Seinfeld is basically God as a bee. Well, Jerry Seinfeld as a bee is God.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, they already use cartoons as evidence enough, so.
But what I can tell, I made some good points here, especially when it came to the structure of cells cells not being able to be large enough to sustain. Because what I said was absolutely true. because cells have to absorb nutrients through the surface. If you don't have a large enough surface area to be able to absorb nutrients, then it's just not going to be able to get enough nutrients to get to the center, especially if the cell is... especially if the cell does rely on nutrients from other places. You'd have to... especially when you've got, like, certain structures that are supposed to be, like, an atom thick or something, you know? It just doesn't work.
Right.
Anyway. Oh, one person just asked, is it true that Oakley hit someone during a live stream?
Yes. He smacked his daughter, and I can provide you a link to him doing it for 10 minutes straight if Planner would give me a wrench. But he said he doesn't like to give people wrenches, so I'll just send it to him in Discord, and he can give it to you.
Well, I can play it. Do note that he did try to explain it away, but we can talk about that afterwards.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's just. Yes, he did, and he's gross for it, and I hate him for it. Don't hit your children. Yeah. At least not hard enough to make them cry. Yeah. You can kick them in the butt, but...
Anyway, we'll continue on with the video.
Go into the ground vertically. They are gradually bent to transform into the root system, like every tree should do.
So your argument is essentially, because this looks like a tree, that means that it's a tree. Oh my fucking god. Just because clouds look like candy floss doesn't make clouds candy floss.
The diameter of
it's called cotton candy.
3.
Well, we call it candy floss here, or at least I do. That's how
I know. I'm just being an American narcissist here. You say it wrong, I say it right.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to that, that was probably one thing that a lot of people sort of latched onto. My way of talking about things like that, and people sort of thought, well, I'm going to dislike it because you're being very rude and all that, and so that's what people... decide to.
But nowadays, I feel like it's the complete opposite. Oh my god, sorry about that.
Yeah, like these days I'm very calm. Like sometimes I'll swear. Like I don't give a fuck. I'll swear, but I don't swear all the time as like like to try and be funnier. Like sometimes I realize that okay, to get my point across, I'll have to swear. Like when I say citation fucking needed, right? That I'll swear because that adds some value. If I just said citation needed,
it's a sentence
doesn't have
enhancer.
I use it as a sentence enhancer rather than just being like, if I swear, I'll be funny, which is how I.
Right.
I'm 36 says Narcs candy floss. Sorry, America. So yeah, the Americans are wrong.
Yeah, it's alright. We're wrong about a lot of things, especially free healthcare and stuff, but it's okay. I had a point that I wanted to bring up, but my dog barked and interrupted me, so...
Okay.
Cannot remember it.
Anyway, I'll continue on with it and see what...
Continue.
100 meters at the base. If we sum 300 to 20, we will get the height of, are you ready? 6 kilometers. Just think about it.
If a tree was 6 kilometers high, it would not be able to support its own weight. It doesn't take a genius to work that out. I know people that worked that out easily. They didn't need me to tell them.
I'm sure that...
I think I might be referring to Professor Stick here, but I'm not sure. I think that... but I think I might be talking about my flatmate as well. So I can't remember exactly. But yeah, it is a good point. Like, I did make a good point there. if a tree was 6 kilometers high, it just would have too much weight and it wouldn't be able to support itself.
Right.
Especially if it's a tree like the way that we typically talk about trees. Like, when it comes to buildings, we can't even make buildings 6 kilometers high. Imagine a tree that's...
Right. And not only that, but imagine how top-heavy that would be. All
definitely.
Of the branches growing out from the top on top of a 6 kilometer tree. Yeah. That's how many miles? That's like, I know a kilometer is just barely over a mile. Right?
Yeah.
Or is it the opposite? I can never remember. I try to work in kilometers, but like all my life has been miles. So like when I'm doing a math problem, I'm like, okay, let's put this in kilometers. But then I have no idea how far that is. So I'm like, okay, back to miles.
Yeah, whereas I'm the opposite. I've always been the only thing that there's only one thing that I use inches for.
And I'm not going to ask that. And I'm not going to ask what it is. Let's continue.
People can probably work... You've probably already worked it out, though.
But, let's just say mine's 7. Let's go.
Damn. Anyway.
Even after such clear evidence, there will be deep sleeping people that will ask for more.
Wait. Was there evidence in your rambling? Gee, must have totally missed it.
Let me introduce to you Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Noticed something familiar? Take a closer look. Again, these hexagonal columns. Whoa.
You're really grasping at straws here, aren't you? Just because something has hexagons on it does not make it a fucking tree. Are snowflakes trees? No. Are beehives trees? Fucking of course not.
Please.
Hey, I actually said exactly what you said.
I thought that was neat. Yeah. That's a really good point though. Like, because, well, I've known me. I would have went with not our beehives trees. I would have went our trees made by bees, and then I probably would have played something off like that. But I know right now I'm working on a Bart K script that I'm having a lot of fun with. But it's gonna be fun. Anybody that is subscribed to both of us, which probably is like one person, be on the lookout for that.
But when it comes, one thing that I do have to say is that when it comes to this whole thing, when it comes to things that are hexagons, I think there'll be evidence for rocks being able to form into hexagons rather than it being some kind of tree. The reason being is because if you see rocks that are hexagons all over the place, then it's more than likely that is something that rocks will do rather than it being oh, this must be made by a tree. So that's why it's more evidence against their point than for their point.
Right.
It's more saying
just like I was just gonna say, it's just like saying, all boxes are square, therefore everything that's square is a box, like there's a lot of things that aren't square that are square that aren't boxes, like I can and I guess it would be cubed if it's a box because 3D, but
so when it comes to these things, to demonstrate that that these things are, you've got to demonstrate that something is a tree before saying that it is a tree. And just showing more things of hexagon rocks is not showing that it's a tree, because it's just showing that rocks can be hexagons. You've got to actually show that rocks can't be hexagons naturally.
And the thing is, he also claimed that, didn't he make the claim that the hexagon formation was because of how cells clumped up look?
Yeah.
If that's the case, those are huge cells. You should be able to pick out the celluloles, and like you should be able to pull out a mitochondria that's as big as my chest. You know, like
definitely.
Multiple of those, like that would be like that's a fossilized cell. Like I'm sure science would be all over that.
Yeah, although I don't think that he's gonna. And also, like, where's the bottom of the cell when it comes to those columns? Like, is it just the whole column is a cell or what?
And like, if that cell is so big, like, I can't remember what the term for the fluid inside of the cell is, but how is that turned to stone? Isn't it like the endoplasm or something?
Something. I think that he's using silicon-based cell, but
he was claiming it was a silicon-based life form. That's right.
Yeah. So maybe it's a solid cell, which gives even more problems for him as well. Because actually, one of the interesting things is that the silicon-based version of carbon dioxide, so that would be silicon dioxide, is actually a solid.
Yeah.
That would be very problematic for life if it was carbon-based, especially if it was be difficult, very problematic for life that needs carbon dioxide or silicon dioxide, especially if it's a tree. Right. Anyway.
It just build like it'd have to build like a bird bath under it to catch it as the plant like just excreted silicon dioxide.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on.
Tell me how to stay calm and not erupt fountain of swear words in the direction of Science Society.
I honestly don't know how to not erupt fountains of swear words at you, you fucking moron!
Does anyone
Okay, maybe I was a bit harsh there.
I mean, did you lie though?
No,
I don't think. I don't think it's harsh unless you lie.
Well, I don't think that it was harsh. Well, I think that it was harsh, especially considering that I didn't know that. Considering that I didn't know that he was joking. Like, if I had have known that he was joking, I probably wouldn't have called him a fucking moron. Yeah.
Right. I mean, but that's the thing about Pose. They take that risk when they start joking. Like, if half of the flat earthers that I've argued with on Facebook came out and was like, look, dude, I'm a normal person, I'd be like, I'm, like, sorry for half the things I said to you, but I thought you were actually, like, I thought there was something wrong with you, and I wanted to help, and you were being an idiot.
Fair enough. Like, as I'm36 said, harsh but justified. And yeah, I think that's probably a good way of putting it.
I would agree. I wouldn't say harsh though. I would probably say hateful but justified, because like I think that harsh means unjustified, you know, like
yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway,
if you're being harsh to somebody, then yes, I don't know.
Yeah. I'll continue on with it and see where we go.
Remember how not cut it, but broken tree looks like. I will remind you. Understood my hint? No? Let's play a game again. Find 10 differences.
Coincidence. Do you know what that word means, motherfucker?
I want you.
Yeah, I think I'm being like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have, I probably shouldn't have done it in this particular way. Looking back on it, you know, I was using swear words more as a crutch to be funny, rather than trying to put some actual thought into my humor.
Something I just did want to say is that, like, I don't really blame you for trying to be that way, because if you've noticed, like, I mean, yeah, there's Simon Dan at the top, but then right behind him are, like, Team Skeptic, FTFE, Creaky Blinder, you know, they're like no holds barred with flirts, especially FTFE and Team Skeptic. They're probably, well, Team Skeptic, I'll admit, he has been a lot more, what's the word, civil to flat earthers, but I think that's mostly because they're getting harder, they're getting scareder and scareder to show up.
Yeah.
Because he's such a...
Yeah, like, I think that when it came to his debate with Nathan Thompson, like, he, in... Where was it that he did it? Shit. Where did... Because I know that he debated Nathan Thompson in Texas, wasn't it?
I don't remember that. I thought... Didn't he only bump into Nathan Thompson in Texas?
No, I'm pretty sure he debated... Well, he went to the... He first bumped into Nathan Thompson at FE Core in Texas, and then he was asked to leave. Not FE Core, the FE Expo. And then he was asked...
that's the one that MCToon went to.
Yeah, then they were asked to leave. Then he actually had a debate live in Texas with... James was there as well, moderating, and they're in person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've actually seen that. I need to look that up.
Yeah. So, yeah, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when it comes to this, I think that maybe I've been a bit too harsh, and so I can understand that White has more dislikes than likes. And so that's why I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll make an updated version and see, and essentially at the start of, when people go onto the start of the video, I'll link to the updated version rather than people being like, oh, this guy's just an asshole, you know, no open mind at all. And these days I'll be able to justify my position a lot better than I did back when I made this video as well.
Right.
Anyway, let's continue on. See how harsh I get. If I get harsher or if I'm just, you know.
To look at the highest stamps of our planet that were mined like a quarry and were broke by a blast. For example, 3 Everest.
You can't be fucking serious, can you?
How you already guessed, there is no such thing as rocks on our
Not
planet.
gonna lie, that was a good fake laugh. Like, that was great. I can't do fake laugh on command like that.
Was it a fake laugh though?
I mean, but I assume you scripted that laugh. So, like, I don't know. I can't laugh on command like that.
So yeah, he did say that there's no such thing as rocks, but you do have to remember, and this is something that I didn't know when I made this video, is that he is not being serious. He doesn't actually believe what he's saying. So, you know, he's basically trying to make say some of the most ridiculous things and then see if flat earthers will accept them. You know, because he's a flat earther, and they did. But yeah, when
wish he would have somehow convinced him to sit into believing that there's a curve, but it's not like yeah, it curves all the way around, but it's flat. Yeah,
I do know that some flat earthers claimed that I can't remember exactly what they did, but they claimed a certain thing, and I can't.
You're not talking about like the flat-ish earthers, the ones that are like, yeah, it's mostly flat, but there is like a hump in the middle, and that's why we see curve in the ocean. And
No, I'm talking about the convex Earth documentary, or where they said something about Einstein's theory of relativity during it, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like a JM Truth and the laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah. And I was actually thinking of doing a response to the whole thing when it came to the Convex Earth documentary, but I had an assignment due like in a couple of days, unfortunately, so I had to work on that mostly. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know a thing about convex earthers.
It was the Convex Earth documentary. It was not so much Convex Earth. It was just a documentary called Convex Earth, which was a flat Earth documentary. And then they essentially tried to do experiments in that, and yeah, it turned out really bad for them. A lot of globe Earth, and then it turned out that they got all their information from the alien Belu. So,
God.
Yeah.
You tell me that's Scientology.
No, the alien Belu was something that they said essentially when they revealed that, all the flat earthers went, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're just yanking our chains," you know.
Right.
So anyway, I'll continue on. My life has been a lie, hasn't it? I mean, sure, I picked up rocks, but they weren't rocks, were they? No. Fuck me. Guess I got to change my whole mindset because some crazy dude on the internet said that rocks don't exist.
I want you to look at these photos. Today we have lots of artifacts which we can't repeat because of certain conditions, as lack of technology, lack of equipment, or specialists, and which are evidence that our civilization, at least 200 years ago and before, compared to us today, was more developed, and our today's society are just kids in the sandbox.
So, when it comes to things, when it comes to these kinds of things, I should be surprised, but I'm no longer surprised because mud flooders believed that society was wiped out. And like, there's so many conspiracies where they say, "Oh, society was wiped out, and now technology has regressed." And it's like, geez, I'd actually come. I don't know what my arguments were, but I think my arguments would be better than whatever arguments would be past me is going to deliver. Like, I think that he's going to say something about this thing being built ages ago, and that we can't create it today or something. It's like, well, what is in it? You know, is it a smart? Are there any is there like a smartphone Bluetooth connection in there? I don't think so. So yeah, we'll see what I say and what he says.
Here is some examples. Babolova Bess. Here is what Leisman, that was near it, tells us. Sorry for my language, but they are telling us absolute bullshit that somehow Master made it for 7 years and polished it every day, like Papa Carlo. Absolute bullshit.
You know, when someone puts time and effort into something, they can do some pretty good stuff just by themselves. Just because someone makes a really good painting which looks really realistic does not mean that it's not an actual painting. They just put a lot of effort into it.
Something.
Another thing that I do have to point out is that I do come off a bit what's the word, like snarky maybe, or condescending?
Arrogant maybe.
Arrogant.
I can see.
Yeah, and so optics wise, that's probably why this isn't this. That's probably why people don't end up disliking the video, because I do come off as a bit arrogant. I can actually hear it in my voice here. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But you know, this video has been made. I can't really change this video. I can always make a new video and basically say, well, my views have changed. You know. So you know, as I said, like I'm not going to be like, oh, you can never criticize me, because sometimes I do things that are worthy of criticism. I think it's always good that people do criticize me, and therefore when people criticize me, I can change, you know. So yeah,
I understand that, and that's it's kind of why I'm happy my first YouTube channel isn't, well, I'm sure it's still up there, but I don't even remember what I called.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm glad that it only had like 2 likes and 2 views and like 1 subscriber. I'm pretty sure both of the views were me.
Yeah. Anyway, there's only a few more minutes of this video, so we'll.
About 1780 to 1815 years, we experienced nuclear war. It's likely not the first time in the world.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit that. Sometimes you can, like, I probably wouldn't do a video, or I probably wouldn't put that in a video these days. Just because it's not really my style anymore. But that was good. I suppose there are some advantages to the style. I can do those kind of jokes with it, so.
I don't remember who it was you were covering, but this reminds me of the video you did where at the end somebody made a song about it, and it cut to you at the end and you said, "The fuck did you say?" And like
oh yeah. I can, after this we'll play the song.
Wasn't it the dude who didn't believe gravity was a thing, but he wasn't a flat earther?
Yeah, he believed that gravity was just magnetism.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you, like, I know exactly who you're talking about. AB Science did the song. Using clips from the video. So you're telling me that the entirety of what we know of history is wrong. Everything. Everything before 1816 is complete bullshit. Never happened. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. The amount of paranoia you need to believe this bullshit is incredible. You need to believe that everybody is lying to you. Every historian ever is lying, or they don't know the truth. And I just find that to be incredible bullshit. It's worse than flat earthers. I mean, this guy is a flat earther, but it's just so much incredible bullshit. I just can't handle any more of that bullshit. One thing I want to mention before I end this video is this guy thinks that these trees are silicon-based life forms. And when I was talking to Professor Stick says that he doesn't think it's even possible to be silicon-based, depending on what it means. He says that if they've replaced carbon with silicon as the base organic atom, then it's simply not possible. When doing some more research for this video, I came across this article which basically says that many silicon analogues of carbon compounds just cannot be formed. On top of that, I just realized this is one of the images I use for mud floods. As evidence as a mud flood. So it'd be interesting to go back over this, knowing what I know about the whole mud flood society and all that. So it'll be that'll be interesting. Professor Stick mentioned that carbon makes life possible because it can make 4 covalent bonds. He says that while silicon can do that, they don't make bonds that are as strong. So I think that puts a nail in the idea of these silicon trees. Anyway, I'm glad I got that bullshit out of my system. If you liked that video, leave... Anyway, so that's the end of that video.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. I mean, honestly, I enjoy most of your videos, so...
Yeah.
But honestly, though, I don't know how I didn't see like an entire backlog of like Kingdom Hearts stuff, and like I swear I've watched every single Flat Earth video you have, but nothing else. Like YouTube was great at being like, yeah, here's the stuff of his we know you're gonna like, and just don't mind all the other stuff.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
There's, like, I do appreciate people deciding to binge watch my content, but, you know, like, so we'll go through a couple of other things. We'll go through to the song, right, the Ball Sphere song, but then we'll also go and take a look at how timid I guess I was way back in the day. And then I'll probably take a small break to properly get some food in my system. And whilst we're doing that, we'll listen to some really old stuff that I made, seeing as I'm feeling like doing that. So let me just bring up Ball Sphere. And then we might look at what got me into Flat Earth, and that is Globe Skeptic. Alright, let me just go to YouTube and go Ball Sphere. So here we go. So let me know what you thought of that video. Was I too harsh during it, or was I not harsh enough? Maybe I should have been more harsh. But yeah, this is the thing that you're mentioning earlier. This thing here. Apparently we got an ad beforehand.
Hello, I'm Craig Conway, and I'm talking with Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith about how we can all end the turmoil and trauma.
Induction.
This is always great.
Induction. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. 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 Sphere. Gravity is not an autonomous field modality.
The fuck did you just say?
Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. 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 Ball.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched that like the day it came out. For like the next 3 days, I was going ball, sphere, ball, sphere. Just like anytime I watch Conspiracy Cats, I always end up doing Dell's voice for like the next 3 hours. Just anytime
You're just
anybody
like,
asks me
no.
a question, I go, no.
Yeah.
Jordan, do you want to take the dogs to the park later? No.
Yeah, and then there's... I like this comment here. Bald. Sphere. Bald. Sphere. Why haven't I given that a heart yet?
That is great. He's gonna be very confused. Like, why did Planarwalk just hurt this comment?
Yeah, and then there's people that said, highlight of my day, no week, no year. Yeah, so... Yeah, I do love the comments that Yeah, so some small BSTCBR, I don't know, said... that man, I can't believe he gets so many views. He talks bollocks. It's because he's basically hacked into the YouTube algorithm. Let me show you. So when I go to his videos, 5 hours ago, 20 hours ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 5 days ago, 5 days ago, 1 week ago, 1 week ago. If I made as much, and oh, here's a Patreon link. Let's see how much money he gets on Patreon. $811 per month on Patreon. Damn, I wish I had that much. Eon! Hey! Haven't seen you around in a long time.
Who's in what now?
Easing. I haven't seen him around in a long time in the chat. I remember him.
Why don't you get Discord, bro?
I think he might have... I can't remember if he did... I think he might have deleted his Discord account.
Oh,
and I don't...
did that for a while, but...
Yeah, because I searched him up a small while ago, because... because I essentially went on to... I was trying to do something for my game. And I was wanting to get feedback on my my writing skills when it came to Japanese, but because I know that Eon can speak Japanese.
You said feedback on my writing skills. I was going to say I could help, and then you said in Japanese. I can't. I cannot help with Japanese. I know konnichiwa and oh god, I actually can't even remember the other one I was trying to think of. Is it Ichi-ni-san? That's Chinese, isn't it?
No, that's Japanese.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. But essentially there was a particular thing, and I'll see if I can bring it up on stream. Luckily, I actually have this thing open, so I won't... Or I have OBS only capturing the window, so, you know. Anyway, where is it? I'll be able to get some Flurfia, assets, images, and then objects, then pillar.png. Now if I go to... Hopefully I can zoom in on it enough to make it legible. Well, I'll show you what I mean. So let me go over to display capture.
I don't know if you know, but for me, you're still on Ken Wheeler's thing. There you go. Okay.
Yeah. So let me. Here we go. If you can understand, you should be able to understand that. I had essentially, this is the thing for my game, and I wanted it to read out stop.
Ah. Yeah, I have no idea. That looks like a cross with a sickle on it, a pretzel with the bite taken out of it, and a messed up 3.
Yeah, so SMLBSTCBR said Yamedo, and he is completely correct. I was initially going to have it Yameru. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could go with the stop sign approach with... I don't know what that says, but... yeah, but it literally just means stop, right? And I don't know if I'd be able to... I think I have the original files that would allow me to edit it, but I don't know how. It's Tomare. Okay.
I don't know what any of that means.
Essentially, Yameru, and Tomare mean stop, I think. But they...
I think Yamate means stop too.
Maybe.
The only thing I've ever heard that from is TFS when Frieza was fighting Goku. You know about Team 4-Star, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, when Frieza was fighting Goku, Frieza grabbed a hold of him and Goku said, "No, Frieza, please, Yamate." And I'm pretty sure I Googled it and it meant stop. So I have no idea.
Okay. Essentially, I did ask someone who was proficient in Japanese, at least to an extent, and they said Yamero would be better than Yameru, and so I changed this. It was very easy, quick fix to change it from Yamero to Yameru because I just had to. A bit of a loop that I had, and I just had to remove the looped bit, and sometimes it's very easy to switch between characters in Japanese, and that's one good thing about Japanese that I really like. It'd be like, it's like H and N in English. If you want to switch between H and N, all you have to do is make a line bigger, so that makes things very easy in English, and I'm glad that other languages have that. Although, it also... I think that the particle ro is imperative, ru denotes actions. Yeah, and I wanted it to be more imperative rather than an action, So that was some.
Oh yeah, but after 5 seconds of Googling, I just wanted to say that Yamate apparently means stop it. So
okay.
I guess kind of right, but anyway, continue, sorry.
So yeah. So, this will be... it's not something that's important to lore or anything, but, I just sort of have that there as a small little Easter egg in my game. It's currently implemented, and, I can actually show you a bit if you want, because I've actually got, if I go switch over to here, I've actually got done... literally right before the stream, seconds before I started the stream, I managed to fix up a few glitches that were occurring, and now they don't occur. And if someone wants, if someone would like to play this game in a beta format, there are still a few problems with it, but that's just because you can fall out of the world at some point. And
how long is it?
It's about 10 minutes-ish. 10 to 15 minutes long.
Yeah, I don't know how I would play it, but yeah, send me a link to how to get to play it, and I'll download it and try it out.
Yeah. What I'll do is I can... Yeah, it's between 10 and 15 minutes, and that will give me a bit... That'll be a bit of a side side thing in this 9-hour stream. We've still got 5 hours left, so even if you somehow manage to drag it out to an hour, hold up. I'm just thinking about something. I will need to just change a small thing here.
I'm sorry. I never read your the chat underneath your the little text underneath your streams because it's always playing in the background, and I just started reading a couple of them, and oh my. I thought they were like literally quotes and stuff, like things you've actually said, but then it's like, I'd like to see Daniel Pratt fight somebody to the death. And I'm like, yeah, me too, probably.
So
that world, yeah.
So some of them are, but there is a bit of a randomizer that I've actually programmed that will randomize certain things. And anyone who's supporting me on Patreon, you're allowed to have your own card. Like, some of them will come up, and when one does come up, I'll point it out. That's, like, I know that What Jesus has 4, and What Jesus is actually allowed 10. No, is it 11? I think it's 11. Yeah, Simon, there we go, Simon D. So, Simon says, I hope you're all keeping it flat. You know?
Oh. I see. Yep.
Yeah, anywho, let me just fix this up. I just need to go to a room and... there we go. And go to here.
But Simon D. and the George said, stop trying to take my joke.
So, creation code... I just have to keep in mind that some of this code is bad and was hastily written. So, you know.
I don't even know how to write code, so...
Well, you know, some of it was pretty hastily written, so let me just... 2304 and 352. So I just need to go 2304 and then 352, was it? Yeah, 352. 352. And that fixes falling out of the world. Problem solving. There we go.
Nice.
This, yeah, that works. There will probably also be problems, so keep that in mind. I think you only get one shot at something, and if you die, then you die, or then you got to restart from a certain point. Anyway, that should work. So let me build. Oh wait, no, I don't want to run a debug. Shit. So many buttons. I pressed the wrong one, now it's going to run a debug version.
Jeez.
And what I'll do is I'll bring your thing over. I'll just drag that over here. Philadelphia. Build. Okay. I'm just going to delete that. And compressed application. Yes, I do want to replace it. Okay. Now, I'm going to send you two... I'm going to have to send you two files, by the way. So the first file is going to be the audio file, and the second file is going to be the game file.
Okay.
So the audio file, I'm going to send them both to you as zips. I just want you'll need to just extract them to the same place, because, you know.
Yeah. Should I extract and combine, or just extract them both to the same?
Well, essentially, they'll have different files, so that you can extract them to the exact same directory.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just... I've just got to go new folder and call this... Wait. No. Let's extract all to extract. Alright. I've got to do a few extracting myself, and then I've got to... Alright. So now new compressed zip folder. Game file. This is just to keep under Discord's limit.
Right.
So yeah, copy that to there. I'll also include data.win because this... Okay, there we go. And then I'm gonna go new zip folder music. Because I've actually found that you can play it without the music. It's just, you know...
Yeah, the music provides atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
It's like watching a movie without a score.
Exactly. So let me
My brother likes to play Skyrim with the music turned down, and I guess like if you played the same game for 10 years, I can understand how the music would start to get annoying, but like
yeah,
I don't know, whenever I play Skyrim, like the music when I'm dungeon crawling is like in the atmosphere of the game is just, I don't know.
Yeah, so I've just sent you the two things, gamefile.zip and music.zip. Combine them and then share your screen, and I'll put it up on... I'll put it...
Where did Discord just go? There we go.
So just extract them. Once you've downloaded them, extract them to the same folder, because Discord has an 8 megabyte upload size limit. Okay. Unless I were to get Discord Nitro, but I don't have money. or I don't have a lot of money, so I'd rather not spend money on Discord Nitro, especially when I'm not going to use it all the time. And especially when I can cut corners by just making putting the game file and music in different directories. Currently, no file goes over 8 megabytes. So once that happens, then I might have to start going, okay, I can't zip this too much. So
I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. You said I'm extracting the files, correct?
Yeah, extract them to the same folder.
Extract them to whichever folder I choose. Okay, just downloads then. Okay, yes. Okay, yes to all. Fine. Alright, so that should be in downloads then.
Yeah. And who knows, you might find another bug.
Is it Flurfia then?
Yep.
Okay. Planarwalk games, hurry up. Alright, let's go to share my screen.
I can hear, by the way, the music through your microphone as well, just so you know.
Yeah, I'll try to fix that.
Headphones will usually fix that.
There's that.
Someone makes a game dedicated to only to finding bugs? Okay, that'd be interesting.
Alright, my computer is not plugged in at the moment. I don't know how it's not dead already, but there we are.
Okay, I need to work out something. How do I turn the... Oh, there we go.
Right now, I'm just trying to figure out...
Yeah, just...
Alright, settings. Alright.
Okay, I'm just going to pop out the video. Just give me a second.
No problem.
There
I
we
should
go.
actually probably find my mouse, right?
That should... Oh, you don't actually need to use your mouse. You can,
Alright.
You can use a controller with it as well.
Awesome.
It's complete... You can play the entire game without ever using your mouse.
Awesome, yeah. I can hook up a controller to it then. I got one of those right here.
And all the prompts are correct if you hook up an Xbox controller. At least I'm pretty sure they all are.
Yeah, I have Xbox. I just don't know where the thing is, because I've been playing with my mouse a lot recently.
Okay.
I don't know, my friends who I play Overwatch with, they say my reaction time is better when I'm playing on my mouse, but I don't know. I just think it's easier when I'm playing, my reaction time may be better, but I think my aim suffers when I'm playing with my mouse.
Possibly. I'm just going to turn off the... that one there.
If there was a way I could just mute this tab.
Well,
Let
do
me
you have
see if I
do you have headphones in?
Yeah, I don't have headphones on right now, but I think I know where a pair are.
Yeah, because headphones would be a good thing to use, and then we can listen to. Because I do need to replace the music because someone sent me a updated file of the music, making the piano a bit more softer, rather than just being like ding 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 ding. Because it's kind of harsh, the chords. So yeah. So you slam the piano keys, just be like, just be like. Okay, are you there, George?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You're very quiet.
Okay. How about now?
It's still,
Is this any better?
still very quiet. I'll turn you up a bit.
I can try to talk into it, but
I'll turn you up to a volume. Yeah, about 193 now %. So it's still very quiet at like 200%.
crazy.
So yeah, this is what
Like,
this is what you do with piano. You just go. Something like that, you know.
but you know, it's crazy. My mom's name is Kelly. Is it a female I'm playing as?
It's well, actually, when it comes to the game, it'll just randomly assign you a name.
Oh,
Yeah.
so that's kind of crazy.
I keep on hearing. Wait, do you have the? Okay, so hold up. The music is very loud on your end when it comes through your mic. However, your voice is quieter than that. Oh, I cannot hear you over the music. Can you change the input on your on Discord? Just go to settings, right? User settings, and then you go to voice and video, and then change the input device. That might help you out. But yeah, this is currently how Flurfia is looking. I'm hoping to have the town soon. I need the art for that though. The art is something that is very important. Although I have had to work a bit on the art. Like, you'll notice that everything doesn't change colour. Well, the top doesn't change the colour at least all the time. I managed to get it kind of consistent there. But I'm not an artist, so art always takes me a long time. Whenever I attempt art, it takes me a long time, which is a bit annoying. But then there are some things that have gone a bit neglected that I should change. So what is everyone in the chat thinking? Because we haven't had a lot of messages in the chat lately. I don't know. We've got 32 people watching and not a lot of chatters. Like 2 chatters. I can also say about each piece of music. So the death music is actually kind of quiet. I need to actually raise it in volume. I'm actually going to I still have to standardize each music. It's going to be -5. It's going to be 5 dBs, 5 decibels under the point where it'd be clipping or something like that. Maybe I should go 6 decibels. Maybe. You there, Jord? So people are doing... needs more overdrive. I'm here but closing at my store. I teach pastor classes and just... Okay. You there, Jord? Okay, like I occasionally hear Jord, but I don't know if he's got his mic working. He just muted himself. Needs more overdrive in the song. Essentially, I'm going to have sort of -5 dB sort of. Maybe I should go -6 dB range, sort of at the bit of headroom, so that when other sounds come in, that's not completely clipping and distorting. That also means that other sounds can be heard without. You know, other sounds will be able to be heard without me having to clip them like I'd... Stock EFL's overdrive plugin. Fair enough, like, overdrive does help. But yeah, one of the things I do need to add is 3 levels, I think it is. Hold up, 1, 2, 3. So one of them is connected there, another one would be there, another one would be above that. Yeah, 3 levels. No, 4, technically. One's more of a rest level though, which will have the shop. Okay, George just dropped out. And he's back maybe. You there, Jord? Maybe not. So, alright, in that case I might do something while we wait for... What I could do is I could bring up some things that I did a while back. Where is it? So, oh yeah, we're on this Ken Wheeler thing. So, okay, nothing useful on Ken Wheeler's page, but I'm still jealous that he has like $800 for spreading bullshit too. You know, when you spread bullshit, it's kind of like maybe I should get into spreading bullshit. It's just that I don't like the idea of spreading bullshit. I don't.
Hello.
You're back. Oh, you said. You said that and then you deafened and muted yourself, so you probably can't hear me. Unless you're watching the stream. Oh, which case... Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Is it really Tenny?
No.
No? Okay, good. It was Flurfia, right? I had to restart.
Okay. Aaron says, seeing as it's quiet, I'll say hi. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Aaron.
So yeah.
Go.
Oh, there we go. So yeah, essentially, I'm annoyed that you didn't see the little, you didn't get the little. There's a little Easter egg in this bit of the game, by the way. But you know, I'm not going to spoil anyone and not going to tell them what it is. All right, so. You know, I don't think I really need... Like, there is actually a help message there for if people don't know how to jump, but I don't think I really need to tell people how to jump, to be honest. It's only if you don't learn how to jump that does the help message appear. Like, if you just stand there and it'll appear, but, you know, you don't need to... Like, most people just figure out, okay, I can do the jump. I need to remove the defend or something at this part. It's not supposed to be in there. Not yet, anyway. Oh, I put this, making this particular part off so much because animating is not my forte. And so, having to animate is like my worst nightmare. Especially when I have to do all the art as well. It's like, can I do this with the current assets that I've got? It's like, well, I can, but it doesn't seem that believable unless I do certain things. But yeah, that is the alien Beelu that you're seeing right there.
You made reference to him earlier.
Yeah, I did. I'm going to turn you up, your volume up. Just give me a second. There we go. I'm going to turn the stream volume down. There we go. That should help. Well, it does have good music, I think. I like some of the music, even if I didn't write all the music. Like this music here was not written by me at all. I just I was given, like, someone had the sort of idea, and I was like, well, what if we change the instruments up and add some kind of some percussion instruments to give it a bit of flavor. Like, I was going for some kind of desert-like thing, kind of like in Final Fantasy XII. There's Rabanasta Lowtown. I was kind of going for that.
I get that. I get that here. I really do.
Yeah.
Second. I'm paying attention to you, but I'm also trying to read, and I'm also trying to make sure that anybody who's watching has time to read, because I'm a super fast reader, and, like, honestly, like, whenever I'm reading anything in front of people, I'm like, if I can read it 3 times, they should have been able to read it once.
Fair enough.
Obtained old sword.
So yeah, you can also do any commentary that you want on it. Because, you know, I'm not good for commentary on my own stuff that I've made.
Hello everybody, my name is Ann the George said, but you can call me the Jordan. Welcome to Let's Play Flurfia. Let's go, guys. To equip weapons, I need to pause. Select the weapon you want to equip. Other items can be used in the same way. Got it.
One of the things that so I showed this to some people in Dunedin at some point, and I was down in Dunedin, and when it came to them, they like the fact that when you go into the pause menu, it actually things get quiet. By the way, the save feature is disabled in the pause menu. So yeah, so this is currently a sort of look at Flurfia, how it's changed since the last time I showed it off, because it's definitely changed. There was a point when I was a bit what was it? What's the word for it? Demotivated, but to work on it. But then I picked it back up in lockdown a bit. It's also kind of difficult when working on videos as well to work on Flurfia, so. And also I do like seeing how people react to certain situations. Currently, one of the things is really easy, so that should be interesting to see how you handle that.
I think it's interesting that you said you're not very good at the animations, because the sword attack animation I think is pretty dang good, actually. Like,
yeah, the animations. Not every animation was made by me. It actually had a sort of, for a lot of the animations, like the animations that I made in particular, were the when he falls over and then gets back up. I made those animations all by myself. Then there was, nice. But then some of the animations other people made, and it was up to another person to then go ahead and recolor them to make it look nicer. So,
right. Perfect blocks also grant EXP. Okay. Oof.
Yeah, so that basically means that if you time your blocks correctly.
Origins of balance. Let's see, chat. Should we read Planarwalk's book of lore that obviously isn't important enough to be told in the game? Okay,
yeah,
let's read it.
Yeah, literally, it literally isn't completely important to the game. I think there's also a problem with the way that.
I'm gonna read this in my best, just epic voice. Okay. Let's go. Not a lot is known about the balance, what it is exactly, and where it came from. It's completely unknown. Its existence is evidenced by certain types of telepathic links being understood by the recipient regardless of their brain structure or native tongue. Experiments have been undertaken, and the only information obtained is that the message is always delivered in the most proficient language the recipient is fluent in. The most popular hypothesis for this is that the balance is a conscious being that is translating the message. Operating under this assumption, we have managed to send telepathic messages to beings with very little knowledge about which is being sent to. I think I read that wrong, but okay.
Probably, I think so, yeah.
Voice actually hurts my throat, so I'm just gonna read right there. This approach, however, is unreliable as means of communication. This approach, however, is unreliable as a means of communication, as there are quite a few times when the message is not sent, or there is a lag when it is sent. Note that there is a correlation between lag and the amount of telepathic links being sent this way. Tests to find any way the balance manifests in physical reality aside from the telepathic links have come up inconclusive. Researchers have dubbed the cause of the phenomena the balance. Due to the capacity of links that could be sent this way being difficult to balance. The researcher who coined this term has jokingly claimed to have been contacted by the balance and asked to refer to it as the balance multiple times. Well.
So yeah, that's a bit of lore.
This thing makes me scared that it's attacking me, but it's sending binary code to me.
Yeah.
Does that binary mean anything?
No. It's literally just a random number generator and a random time. I also need to that's a small bug that I need to disable. Like, you can actually use that during cutscenes, which I don't like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right now it's pretty much, this is like a shining example of, hey, figure out that this is a bug.
Yeah. Problem is that you shouldn't use it all. You should only use it when you're low on health or something, and you're not low on health, because otherwise you're using MP. My game looks good. It's distracting you from dull work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like this part.
They're spraying chemtrails all over the earth. Chemtrails contain traces of heavy metal that the OSI put into them. OSI? Something I missed?
Office of Strategic Influence. It's also a heavy metal band in real life. So I'm making references there.
Oh, traces of heavy metal. I get it.
So currently we're just going through a bit of Flurfia, and I'm showing I'm letting the Jord play it so that he can, because otherwise I'd just be able to do it perfectly, you know?
I mean, it's a really fun game, honestly. Oh, come on, I know how to do turn-based battle.
This is actually slightly different to turn-based as well, though, because you can defend.
Oh.
Like, when you get attacked, you actually get to defend. Hence why there is a thing flashing above your head there.
I see.
Now this is the part that you probably don't need to know about.
Okay. But that's not always advised. I'd say it's never advised.
So this is the Mario, the Paper Mario aspect coming in.
Yeah, Mario / Undertale / X. I was pressing A. Oof.
So yeah, you've missed a couple of things, but you know, this could probably actually be segmented, this stream, into like different segments, like the video game part and all, you know.
I mean, I'm having fun playing it, so
yeah.
Oh, what? I think oh, maybe it just wasn't letting. Yeah, probably just wasn't letting me attack it anymore because it was already dead. Brings heal me, huh? Oh, hey. Oh, you said saving didn't work, right?
Well, that actually did save the springs save. It's just when you go to the pause menu to save, it doesn't work.
There were no gemstones in those, what's it called? Oh, tall grass, there's a Pokemon.
So yeah, you can get different items from chests. Although you can also get items from boxes, although they only exist for a certain amount of time. So the one that dropped earlier will probably be gone, I think. It'll definitely be gone when you go to a different stage.
God, I'm not paying attention.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I'm sorry. I'm just. My dogs are over here being assholes. I'm trying to do some commentary, but like, I'm also trying to mute myself if they bark. So
Yeah.
like,
Hopefully the stream that you're sending catches up because it seems to be a bit behind. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, maybe. There we go.
did I get something from that?
From what, the battle?
No, the chest edges.
Oh, you're that far ahead? Like, I think it was 45. I think that chest would have been $45.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, currently it's, like, I'm getting, like, a frame rate of, like, 1 frame per minute.
Oh. Of me, my stream.
I think it's back now. We'll just see how it's going when you finish this battle.
Great.
Yep, it's good.
Okay. Oh, dang.
And there is fall damage as well, so that's something to keep in mind, especially later.
I was actually gonna mention that. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. But I was gonna mention how it was a nice way of showing that there is fall damage by making you take fall damage right at the very beginning.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you thought it was a Venture Brothers reference? What did you think was a Venture Brothers reference?
A Venture Brothers reference, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Someone in the chat said something was a Venture Brothers reference. There's definitely references in this game.
I apologize if I miss them. I don't get most references. I'm like Captain America. Whenever I do get a reference, I'm like, yeah, I understood that. Come on, what the hell?
You can't just spam it, by the way.
I was spamming it that time, but last time I wasn't.
It's based on accuracy, so the more accurate you are, the better.
There we go. I'm gonna need to heal. Is that how you spell leveled?
I'm pretty sure it is. I might have it wrong. You can.
I have no idea.
You can also heal by just by the Y button. Remember?
Oh yeah. You're right. Don't know why I'm trying to go back up there. Don't know why I did that.
Wait, holy shit. That heals too much. I'm gonna have to nerf it.
Oof. Yeah, that is kind of a broken heal. Oh, damn.
Oh wait, what? Hold on. Is there a game that doesn't... No, I don't think there is. Okay, that heal doesn't seem overpowered. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the healing system and see like if there's any issues that we might get from it. Because it...
Oh, Jesus! You're right. Just run. Just run. Just run. You're right. Thank you. Hey, a shop. Will I buy a potion? Only $29.99. Sure, I have $30 extra for you. Booyah, let's go. Oh god. Shooties and thwomps.
Yeah. At least people understand what the spikes on the bricks mean.
Right. Oh god. Just run. Oh. Stop. Hi, Mr. Alien. Attack. I got you.
OSI was the Venture Brothers reference. Really? I didn't know that.
Oh. Okay, I see. Oh.
Yeah, this is going to be a particular annoying area.
Okay. I see. Gotcha. Door 3 requires both terminals to be activated, huh? Oh, you're a bitch.
Yeah, well, I don't understand why it's sometimes healing 13 health. That seems to be an outlier. I'm going to need to investigate why.
I did it, and I didn't think I was going to, honestly.
I'm going to have to definitely up the difficulty of certain parts of this.
I mean, honestly, I have been playing platforming games like this since I was a kid. Like, I used to play the hell out of Super Meat Boy. There was a game called The Impossible Game that was a lot like this. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. I don't think I got this one.
Yeah, I don't think you got it either. I think you're gonna die. I'd be surprised though if you do get it.
Come on. Got him. No, I didn't.
So yeah, I designed this particular area to sometimes get people. It'll probably get them on their first round. Like,
oh, come on! Come on!
I need to up the amount of damage that they deal.
Oh jeez, I should have healed before I did that.
I know that the next part you're not going to, unless you go back and save, you're not going to be able to do it with the current amount of health that you got.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to prove you wrong.
Really?
You said the next part you don't think I'm gonna be able to do without going back and saving, right?
Yeah, because immediately after this, there's a boss with no save before it. Because I need to put in a couple levels before then.
Okay. So I probably should take your advice and go back and save.
Yeah, which will heal you up. Just a bit of advice. Friendly advice.
Am I going back too far?
No, go back further. Go back essentially to the save point. Like, there's still a few things that I need to disable here. Those things that are shooting at you is one thing.
Okay.
So yeah. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that it's taken about half or 20 something minutes to get through.
That is... Oh, yeah, the door's already open.
Yeah, there's things are persistent through levels, fortunately. Oh, that's something that I made sure that I had. Some things aren't persistent, but there's a lot that are.
I feel ya. Okay.
Ah, shit. Okay, yeah. I just realized that I didn't re-implement something that was going to be implemented there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a boss fight that was meant to happen there.
Did I just skip a boss fight? Oh.
Pretty much. Although technically this level here is probably the hardest, one of the hardest levels to complete in the entire game.
Oh, come on. Oof. Ha. Ha.
That dodge. This is why I love seeing how people react to this part. Because it is going to be an option. In the final game, it is going to be completely optional, but it's going to be one of them things that people will have different strategies for dealing with the rockets.
Right. Come on, man. Yeah, those rockets almost got me. Come on. Oof. Gotcha. Oof. I don't know why, just attack. There we go.
You gotta be careful in this part.
Oh shit.
See?
I just didn't press A. Just acted like I didn't need to.
Yeah, full damage is a thing that you will be taking. Especially in this level. This level is... I mean, it's not too hard when you figure out cheese tactics, but...
Right.
It's figuring out the cheese tactics in the first place that is the hard part. And I'm not going to give anybody any idea of what the cheese tactics are.
Oh god. This reminds me of Getting Over It with Bennett Body.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because every time I get back, there's just something else to kill me. Oh, yep, and there I'm dead. Oh, no.
Not quite. You've got go to pause menu. I wonder how much health you actually have in numbers.
Is there any way I can check?
Two health.
Okay. I need to use a potion, please. Is this not potioning me?
Wait, is it not working? When you press A. Are you pressing A?
Yeah, huh?
Try pressing Enter on your keyboard.
Yeah, no, Enter closes the menu.
Oh, you need to go to items because otherwise,
items.
Yeah.
Use. Yeah, nope.
Okay. Try clicking.
Potions are not working. I found a bug.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be something that I'm gonna have to fix.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to take potions out, you could just go like with the Dark Souls route and just be like, if you can't heal yourself, you're fucked, dude. Oh, nope, and I'm dead. Alright, let's see if I can...
So yeah, this is... I do know that it took someone like an hour to just be able to complete this area. And this was before the other things were implemented. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that there's about 20 minutes of gameplay in this game, honestly. I'm gonna obviously want to up the amount of hours.
Right.
But, you know, for now, as a demo, like, 20 minutes is a fairly decent amount for a indie game demo, I think.
I've seen AAA titles that have less than 20 minutes of gameplay, so... I mean, look at Among Us. Oh, God.
I mean, Among Us is an indie game, isn't it?
I think Among Us is an indie game. Yeah, because it's made by the same people who made that Henry Stickmin collection. So yeah, I guess Among Us is an indie game, but still, that's a super fucking popular game, and it's got like all of what, 2 minutes of content?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, full damage. That's. Like, I'm gonna actually put bones at the entrance of this, and yeah, it's gonna be something that is gonna be one of them difficult things that you'll wish half the enemies just weren't there. Although it is actually a carbon copy of another level that I've got in another game that I want Team Skeptic to fail at. Although I do have to upgrade certain difficulties in this game.
Oof. Okay, John. Okay.
And I also from seeing things, there's certain things I need to fix.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I'm noticing like little bits that I should be fixing when it comes to this game.
Okay. Oh fuck. That was so disheartening.
Yeah, and you almost had it there as well.
We'll try this one more time. Come on. Oh. I don't care. Oh, damn.
Trying to avoid them is probably one of the worst tactics you can do, honestly.
Yeah. I bet avoiding them is a good tactic. If only I had thought of that.
Because sometimes it is possible to avoid them, but yeah. Oh, and I just realized the Yamero pillars, because the boss fight is not currently implemented. I've actually just got to change the.
Fuck.
I just got to change the code that it is assigned in the, because there's essentially a grid of true or false things, and if it's marked as true, which it currently is, and this when you get to that point in this game.
Yeah.
Or is it marked as false? I can't remember. But either way, if it's marked as the wrong thing, then yeah, it will problems there.
No. Oh. Oh fuck.
Oh, you figured out a plan that works for you, at least.
Oh, damn.
I actually figured out... Well, someone else has figured out some other plans that work for them. I didn't make them too smart. I made them avoidable.
Right. They're definitely like... I feel like if I had... Oh, jeez. Like... If I had to sit down and figure out a way to dodge every single one of those, I probably could. Like, if I was going for a perfect damageless run, you know?
Yeah.
But, oh my god, that one's killing me.
Yeah.
I don't know if you put that one in place just to be a dick, but...
No, I didn't actually. I just made this level just to be a dick, but the placing of them is actually identical to the placing of a certain type of enemy in another game that doesn't have knockback damage, so the other game is actually easier than this.
Oh god.
They act in a very similar way. It's just that...
Oh,
it's just that the other game doesn't... Well, current version that's available online doesn't have full damage. This version of this game does have full damage. There didn't used to be full damage in Flurfia, but I made sure that I implemented it.
Right. I think this is me done. Oh, yep. Alright. I am going to do this. Oh, what? Alright. Oh, nope. That didn't work that time. I guess it doesn't work anymore.
Oh, there's some good tactics to use.
We've got tactics for sale, man. Final Fantasy Tactics.
Which Final Fantasy?
No, Final Fantasy Tactics. Isn't that a game?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I thought you were talking about like tactics in Final Fantasy rather than the actual, rather than like War of the Lions or whatnot, or Tactics Advanced.
What the fuck even was that? Everybody who's watching the stream is yelling at me right now. It's not that hard, Jordan. Just fucking get it. Just go, Jordan. Well, it's difficult. Planarwalk's a dickhead game developer.
Yeah, I purposely designed my games to be difficult. Okay, so I'll admit, some of them aren't purposely designed to be difficult, and some of them are just designed to be... designed to have a bit of a challenge that unintentionally... they're sitting in disappointed silence.
Right. Oh, come on. Come on. I don't care. 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 I don't...
Hey, you got up there.
I did. I got to... I can't even say I got to the top, though, because I didn't finish. Oh, come on. Alright.
I do have to ask, does anyone else like the font that I use for You Died?
I honestly, I'm gonna say I haven't been paying attention to it. You know what? Here, let's die just to see. I try to get hit by him and two of them. That makes sense. But yeah, we'll see.
Figured out some dodging tactics, maybe.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, see, no, not killing them isn't the strat, because then every time I come back up, I'm gonna have to deal with them. So maybe not killing them is the strat, I don't know. Oh, strats. Oh, strats are not strats. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that animation. It, I don't know why, it reminds me of Castlevania.
The font is the exact same font as used in Dark Souls.
Ah.
Yeah, so this is my game, and... I love the way that they just follow you. Yeah, straight out of Dark Souls.
They're horrible. They don't like me and they want me dead, Planarwalk.
They do want you dead.
Alright, oh god, ignore them.
Like, the reason why this kind of level exists, by the way, is just so that people can actually have a good challenge, you know? Rather than it just be... Because in a lot of tutorial games,
Oh, I figured out the strat. Did you see that?
Not at all. They really like you and want to give you a hug.
But no, I've got a strategy. Watch, and try to remember it. If I fall, awesome. Is that an exploit?
No, it's not actually an exploit. It's semi-intentional.
Awesome.
Because
now I don't feel horrible.
Like, I just like someone actually just like, it wasn't intended to do that, but I'm like, yeah, that's now intentional. Like, it wasn't initially intended, but I was actually going to. You didn't quite use it that time.
I didn't even use it that time.
Yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Like, it's because I was actually thinking, okay, how do I make a density mechanic? And then I realized, wait, I already have a density mechanic, so I don't really need to make a density mechanic.
Shit. You can almost fly with it.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So it's so I was like, okay, well, a density mechanic could be used to slow your descent, but then I realized, why not just use a that? And it's literally just a density mechanic.
Right.
Sword copter, yes. Because Beelu teaches you how to alter your density to give you a small push.
Oh, well, fuck, man. There we go. Up again, and you're not gonna kill me. You did, though. Alright.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna try this one more time.
One more time. That's what they all say.
And then you see what happens. Can I kill these things? No. Oh yeah, I can. Or did that hurt me? Nope. Well, I'm trying. Okay, I see. I think I have the strat. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Go, boys. Speed running this.
I'm not sure how fast I can speed run it. I managed to get to the shop in like...
Technically, if I beat it, is that one of the... I'd technically be on the leaderboard for best streams, best speed runs of this game.
Probably. But then I'd be updating it so that Beelu boss fight is a thing.
Shit.
Oh, God. What's the... Apparently Twitter's gone off. I don't know. Well, it's probably something to do with the election that's happening over in America in a few days, which has completely overshadowed the New Zealand election because, you know, that's a thing that happened.
Oh, speaking of, I tuned in for a little bit of your post-election stream. How'd the Canna vote go?
So the cannabis vote, we only get that on the 30th of October.
Oh. Your birthday, right? Didn't you just say that?
Yeah, on my birthday. We find out. I'll be doing a small morning stream on my birthday. It'll probably be just a game stream.
Well, I watch sometimes, but fuck me. No, God. Yeah, I'll probably tune in for your birthday stream. I don't even know, because sometimes I'm just like, whenever I see one of the Flat Earth Realm has gone live, it's just like, do I want to watch them, or do I want to have faith in humanity today? God damn it. This is it. Oh, no, not today. Not to. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I'm done. I am done with this. I will play some more later and let you know how I feel once I get past this little level, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's honestly great. Like it has me wanting to go back and see what's beyond that point. So like, you know what I mean? You can I want to beat it, but at this point I don't want to rage at it. So I'm just gonna put it down.
Yeah. If you really want to, I think what we could do is we could take a bit of break from games, and then if you want to, we could play the other game that I created. Because I actually do have another game which is available online. What I need to do, though, is I do need to go toilet. So I'm thinking that, because we've gone to some of the past Planarwalks things, I'm going to let's bring up Firefox. And let's go to an old video of mine. So let me actually just duplicate the tab, right? Because I want to do something. So if I go down to 5,000 views special, right? Now if I go to my about page, I just realized that I'm hearing a small sound. It's the death sound that I'm hearing. Like if I just go to... Oh, that's finished. Okay, so if I go to my about, 748,000 views later. Almost 750,000 views. Jeez.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this thing whilst I go toilet, because I need to go toilet, and yeah, enjoy me from 4 years ago serenading you with my guitar. When I get back, you can tell me what you thought. So. 2, 1, skip ahead. Alright, there we go. Hey, what's up? I am Planarwalk, and today we reached 5,000 views. May not be a much, but I have decided to make a video about it. Well, not about it, it's just me playing guitar. So, I will be playing my guitar, which is playing right now, and once that's done, it will be a montage of all the times I've played guitars and the channel updates. So that should be interesting. And make sure you leave a like and subscribe if you like this video. And I will see you in the next video. So yeah, that was me way back in 2015, almost 5 years ago. And that was when I had 5,000 views. Now I have, what, 750,000 views? So yeah. It's always interesting to go back to these, things. Oh, what's this? Something to do with red pill philosophy can't explain the flat earth. Oh, he does look a bit like one of the Mario Brothers, doesn't he? Anyway. What I'll do is I'm just going to send the Jord a copy of Unescapable. Well, I'll send him the link to it. Because I'm actually going to hopefully get Team Skeptic playing this at some point, because he will fail. Trust me. Alright. What are we going to go on to now? I think I had another... Oh! That's right. We're going to go to... Globe Skeptics channel. Where is that? There we go. So, this is what I actually got into YouTube from. Sorry, AB Science, your channel will be replaced with Globe Skeptics channel. I see my live stuff has gone down. So yeah, this is Globe Skeptics channel. This is the channel that I think got me into all the flat earth stuff, or at least the first channel that I looked into when it came to flat earth. And I've never actually responded to any of their videos, and you can probably see why, seeing as their video is 3 years ago. That's their latest video. But you know, so I can't remember. I'm pretty sure this video existed when I was... Actually, let's go this one. So they say, no map, no case for the flat earth. So yeah, let's...
Never.
So your game is called Unescapable. You should make a special version of Nathan Thompson. For Nathan Thompson, we has to flee from Team Skeptic. That'd be great. Anyway, let's... Yeah, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Although sometimes, when it comes to like flat earthers like Nathan Oakley, I'm pretty sure that it's malice there. Anyway, let's continue.
Attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Hello everyone, this is Glow Skeptic here. Thank you so much for being here. This is a video response to the latest Tiger Dan video where he just put it flat out that if there is no map, there is no case. And
Tiger Dan, isn't that the guy that used to be a flat earther, but then decided that flat Earth was all bullshit or something like that. You know, I just mentioned casual spaceman. Okay, but yeah.
I think it's really ridiculous, and I'm putting this quote here because I think it's a good reminder to everyone that it's really easy to judge people's intention, right? Say, oh, he's a paid shill, or he's a psyop, or a gatekeeper, or whatever, right? Well, these are accusations that need supporting evidence beyond conjecture, and it can just be explained by someone who went on a quest with the wrong assumption. And
what's the wrong assumption
where
there?
I want to take you. So the basic assumption of mapping is that we live on a globe, right? Cartography, the idea that we have longitude and latitude, all those things, they are set up, is based on the fact that we live on a globe, right? So
I like how he says the fact that we live on a globe, you know, because that is a fact, you know.
If you go to the USGS, which are the expert in cartography, we go to the different kind of projection, and when we go to the globe projection, they tell us that direction, distance, shapes, and area are true. This is the true representation of our world. And if we take distances between continent, if we take the size of the continent, everything, it's supposed to work perfectly fine. But you and I know that water...
It does work perfectly fine on a globe. Oh, is he going to do the water thing?
Doesn't curve for miles and miles. We know that...
like, it's annoying when they do that, like, because it does. You know, it's things like the Tampa Bay images that Reg Rarick took. Are the buildings sinking? Like, are they underwater? Someone better call help.
That gyroscope have no drift.
Gyroscopes have no drift. If only I had it on command, a 15 degree per hour drift. Thanks, Bob. It's so hilarious watching someone that made a video back in 2016 before Bob, not knowing about Bob. Anyway, we'll continue.
Which would have to be because of Earth's rotation, and on, right? I won't list all the different proof that people brought up about this issue of no curvature. But here we have, he took on the task of take cartography based on the assumption of a globe and tried to plot it on a 2D model. And as you can see here, whole map projection, including the azimuthal, is based on the assumption of a globe. Right? And they're all skewed. All of them, they're skewed. None of them are correct, except
except
the globe. Right? But it's a oblate spheroid, actually pear-shaped. But, that's beside the point. And, another thing that we have to keep...
So yeah, a perfect sphere is obviously going to be is obviously going to have some distortions, but the distortions will be too small for anyone to really recognize,
Keep in mind is that 95% of all flights are in the northern hemisphere. So how difficult would it be to play with the distances and create false routes of plane that never exist for less than 5% of all flights.
Right. So they're going to create a false route from what, Santiago to Sydney, and even though that flight just takes, you know, they'd have to be going faster than the plane could actually go, you know?
Right. You know, people are usually pretty poor, and there's not that many people south of the equator. That's where there's less people. So I'm just finding it really sad that he came out and said there's no map, no case. Well,
exactly.
If you were beyond an amateur cartographer and you were able to look at different way cartography could be done, then maybe it would take your research seriously. But you're just being a joke right now. And you need to be a little humble to realize that you built your whole case on a faulty assumption.
My question is, why are there no flat Earth cartographers? In fact, why are there no flat Earthers that actually decide why are there no flat Earthers that actually decide to go into a field of research where they could actually be like, okay, now we're going to, if I go into this field of research, I'll be able to advance the flat Earth. They don't do that. Instead, they end up being a lawyer and then being like, okay, we're going to write a thesis and 50% of super chats go to Roxanne or something like that, you know. You don't see that. They all choose bullshit professions that don't really do anything. Yeah, so... Oh, this is Globebusters too. Is this like the... Oh yeah, it's like actual... Oh, and they're live. Somebody said they wanted to... Let's check into Globebusters to...
think at the very least, one of the large oil companies would use their huge financial resources to explore this region, and yet they don't even petition the idea. The short version of the discovery is this. By 1958, the military had discovered the very solid upper and outer edges of our world, and had to create a way.
They're just playing videos live constantly. Like, who the fuck does that? Why? But Globebusters... Wait, who's Globebusters 2 run by? Is that run by Bob or Jaron? Doesn't have any about, so... 24/7 hour stream is like what Soundly did for a year. Started streaming on the 6th. Wait, started streaming on the 16th. Let me see. Shit, I didn't want to do that.
Out had worked well for thousands of years because the technology.
Yeah, 16th of October 2020.
Never attribute to malice that which is adequately.
Okay, what else is there? But I like how Bob shows up on this video. I think it's Bob anyway. And as you can see, like, the internet was collectively stupider back then. But, you know, you should... Like, why has no flat earther gone to cartography? Is it because flat earth is bullshit and they know that they wouldn't be able to create a map, so they just say... they just come up with some kind of excuse? I think that might be it. I think that might be it. You know. They say, oh, and then one person says the pear shape is what you get if you translate it from the flat earth map, where north is skinny and south is fat. I mean, the pear shape wouldn't make that much of a difference. It doesn't actually make that much of a difference. You know? So, what else can we have a look at? I think I may have looked at how the sun works. Let's take a look at how the sun works in reality. This might be the one that the first Flat Earth video that I watched. I know 3 attempts to make a FE map. One ended with Tiger Dan leaving the Flat Earth. The other 2 ended up with bullshit like Antonio Subrat's cut up Denny's placement Earth. Okay. Yeah, the pear shape is not a big difference. Anyway, let's see what he says about how the sun works in reality, which I think won't be reality. Oh, what's this about sunspots? Sunspots are a good evidence for the sun being... Grab some more chips. Because I'm hungry. Hey! I see the sun rotating there. What does he see? Give me a second. Hold on, I'm getting a call, so just give me a few seconds. Alright, so apparently I've actually got something else that I need to get to in about an hour's, hour and a half's time, so unfortunately this isn't actually going to go for this isn't actually going to be the 9-hour stream that I thought it was going to be. Damn. that sucks, but you know. That's what happens when you decide, okay, when you don't realise what other things are going to be happening. Yeah. But in any case, we'll make the most of what we've got left of the stream. And next 9-hour stream, well, there'll definitely be things that I can do then. Anyway, let's play this video and debunk what they have. I actually am wondering what they're going on about when it comes to the sunspots, so, yeah. What is their point? I really don't know what their point is. Okay, so they're saying that it goes in a circle, so therefore it's not flat? Is that their argument? Because it's not rotating around. I'd actually be interested in seeing like how, or understanding it a bit better. Maybe, because maybe it does do something. I'll be interested in seeing how that goes. Oh, a year of sun images. Okay, that explains it. But they have been hiding this, deceiving everyone. That wasn't the first Flat Earth video, so I hadn't seen that one before. That was definitely interesting. I actually wonder if there... Oh. Okay, this fossil fuel hoax might be interesting. Oh, what the... There's an hour video. Oh, there's 2 1-hour videos. Microsoft Flight Simulator proves the flat Earth. How about we watch that? I wonder what the evidence here is.
Hey, hello everyone. Welcome to Globe or Not, the show where we question the globe and to see if it really stick to reality. Because as you know, we all been through the education system where of course we live on a ball, but right now there are so many lies that are around us that I say, hey, let's just throw all our assumption out there and just for fun, let's see if this one could also be a lie. So to really kind of grasp the idea, I went over the internet and looked for a little 3D modeling to do some little tests, right? A little perception test to see how that plays out in 3D environment. So as you can see here, I have a sphere, a big ball, which could represent the Earth. And if you really zoom in, and I really tried to make it as big as possible, so it could. I'm having a little issue here. But trying to get it as big as possible on the model and put a little airplane in there because, as I mentioned in prior episode, I used to be a flight attendant. And the first part is I want you to pay attention to one really important...
So, first thing is that does not look like it's to scale. So that looks like it's way small. Like that plane looks like it's way too big, and that ball seems like it's way too small. Now I might be wrong on that, but you got to make sure that it is to scale. Secondly, you've also got to consider that secondly, you've also got to consider the size of the not the size, oh yeah, the clouds. Sometimes the clouds can make it look a bit too flat. So, you know.
Important fact is right now we have the 3-axis.
Oh yeah, like zooming out, you can definitely see that that is way too small. That ball is way too small compared to the shape of the Earth, or to the size of the Earth. But, you know, maybe. We'll see.
As you can see here, we have our X, Y, and Z right there. And at the bottom here on the X here, we have an infinite plane. And as you can see, no matter how high I go, the infinite plane is always at eye level. It doesn't matter how high you go.
It's a skybox, not an infinite plane. And it's generally used for just having, you know, a sky and a ground there that doesn't look too weird.
And especially with this perspective here, we have infinite view, right? There's no limit on our sight in that 3D modeling. There's no atmosphere. There's none of that stuff. So really, that's how an infinite plane works. Is that no matter how high you go, it's always high level. So even if we play here with the little here, so this is going to be the.
Oh yeah, Ugly German Truths is right. It's a computer program. It depicts the horizon as it is programmed, not how it is physically. He probably doesn't know that though. Shh! Don't tell him.
Well, how we play around it. So just for fun, let's go back to our little plane around here. Let's try to find it back, because I try to make it as little as possible in relation to the sphere, and of course it's not to scale, but you know, if some of you are not happy, I'm gonna make it twice as big just for fun, or 10 times as big, to illustrate the point, because it's always the same point. If you're above a sphere, okay, let's try to get as close as possible to that little plane. So if you're above a sphere, and let's say you take off, you're right here, and you take off, and imagine this here is the horizon on the ball Earth. Let's forget about the infinite plane at the back. So you take off, and look at what's happening to the horizon. It's falling. It's always falling. And as you go...
So, a couple of things to mention here. Firstly, that ball is way too small. It's not to scale. Like if that plane was actually that high compared to the Earth, I want to know how they actually managed to launch a plane into fucking orbit. and also that is a huge plane compared to the size of the Earth. Like, how did they get all the materials to make it such a plane? You know. And now he's going higher and higher and higher. Like this guy's being shot up in a rocket. And also, yeah, the horizon does fall. Like, I believe there's like a artificial horizon in a cockpit, which helps them determine level or something. I don't know.
All you can see is at the bottom you would see the ball horizon that would drop from your perspective. There would be no way that would be possible. Because as you know, when you go on a plane and you look out the window, and I know because I was a flight attendant, I did it every week, at least 2 or 3 times, I was going Montreal to Cancun, Cancun, Montreal. You take off, you look at the horizon, and it just follows your eye line. It always like this, and I just did Vancouver, Montreal, and I just paid really attention, and that was the case. It's always high level. Now,
there's a problem with saying that it's always eye level though, because firstly, as a flight attendant, you're not going to notice it because the windows in the cabins don't have that much of a field of view. Like, you might notice if you go right up to the windows and it's not a cloudy day outside, but apart from that, you're probably not going to notice the curvature of the Earth. And also, it'd have to be where the horizon is defined, because sometimes the horizon is not very well defined. I know this because I've been in a plane and I was like, okay, where is the horizon there? I was looking out to the south when flying from Christchurch to the Gold Coast. I was looking out the window and it's like, I can't. The horizon is very vague as to where it was. Still managed to get good video out of it though. So, you know.
Now, as I was putting this little airplane here, guess what I did? I went on to Flight Simulator, and I was curious, how did they do it? You know, if you have to do Flight Simulator, how did they do it over the ocean? Well, check this out. We're on Microsoft.com, and let me read this here. The RQD algorithm, as published, is really intended for flat Earth terrain, where the sea level elevation reference is assumed to be an infinite plane. Since Flight Simulator model the Earth's curvature, we had to modify the algorithm a bit. The main object is that the unmodified RQT tend to eliminate nearly all the mesh vertices over large open expanses of ocean, which is interpreted as being completely flat.
Okay, so it seems like he read the word flat somewhere and then decided, okay, I guess we're going to make, I guess the Earth is flat. Like, what is the RQT algorithm? RQT algorithm. Alright, let's see what it is. Okay, okay, well, that seems to be something about video. Because it seems to be something like just going through there. Section of mesh triangulated with the RQT algorithm. So it's a fucking video game. It's a fucking video game algorithm to make meshes. So, alright, hold up. Is he ignoring
now? If you were going to create a model of reality and you're doing around the ball, but it doesn't work over the ocean, you have to make it a plane. So, I gotta tell you guys, this, and gals, this doesn't make any sense. This is not a positive proof for the globe. So, as I was going around and looking at my my little tab to see, okay, is that a proof for a globe?
I just realized that I was muted the whole time. Why didn't anyone tell me? Oh, someone did tell me. Alright, so here's the problem that he's going on about. He's seen the word flat in there. Let me reread it out. The RQT algorithm, as published, is really intended, keyword there, intended for flat Earth terrain where the sea level elevation reference is assumed to be an infinite plane. Alright, so it's intended for that. Since Flight Simulator models the Earth's curvature, we had to modify the algorithm a bit. Right? They had to modify the algorithm, meaning that it's no longer used for flat Earth terrain. And it says that the main problem is that the unmodified RQT tends to eliminate nearly all the mesh vertices over a large open expanse of ocean, which it interprets as being completely flat. So let me try and let me try and describe this in a way that makes sense to everyone. So when it comes to these things, they have to create... No. When it comes to these things, it's very difficult to make sure that a program, especially if you're trying to make it realistic, it's very difficult to make it do everything in reality. It would be like if you wanted accurate lighting. Accurate lighting is very difficult to use unless you've got ray tracing now, but earlier was, like when this came out, it would have been very difficult to do 100% accurate lighting, because accurate lighting would involve you having to make sure that the photons bounce in a certain way. You're just never going to get that. So what they do is they simulate lighting in a different way. That's exactly what they're doing here. They have to because they don't have the processing power to draw every single vertice everywhere. It takes shortcuts. Like here, literally in the next paragraph, it says, to avoid monopolizing CPU resources, the terrain engine does not refine the entire mesh every frame. Instead, the mesh is refined and triangulated incrementally, and the resulting geometry is added to the scene graph where it becomes available using a double buffering scheme. It's basically talking about the technical side of making sure things don't making sure things don't end up hogging all the CPU, because it's got to be done in real time, And then we go further here. After triangulation, the mesh vertices must be transformed to account for the Earth's curvature. To account for the Earth's curvature! Flight Simulator uses the ellipsoidal Earth model defined by the World Geodetic System 1984, or WGS-84. WGS-84 uses a geocentric rectangular coordinate system with the Earth's center of mass as the origin. The X, Y, and Z axes are shown in Figure 6. We don't have Figure 6 right here. Each axis originates at the Earth's center of mass. The positive X-axis passes through the equator at the prime meridian. The positive Y-axis intersects at the equator at 90 degrees east longitude. The positive Z-axis passes through the North Pole. Distance along each axis are measured in meters. So, it literally... it's literally accounting for Earth curvature, right? This person's acting like it doesn't. Well, let's see what else he has to say.
Or is it not a proof for or against? Or it's definitely proof that it's not a ball? I gotta tell you, this doesn't look good.
I mean... They did account for Earth's curvature in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
No matter how you go around it, you can't explain why when you take off, the ball Earth doesn't go down. And if you're not happy with this example, I'm going to make it 10 times as big. Okay? I'm going to do another one. If there's people in the comment who think that...
Yep, make it 10 times as big. I want to see you actually make it closer to reality, because that plane is fucking large compared to the Earth.
It's just because it's not big enough. I'm going to do it for you. I'll be happy to do it.
And I know the Earth is big, but it doesn't change the rules of perspective. So, as you can hear, I'm pretty excited about this. This is just, I can't believe I've never seen it before. Okay, so enough for my rant. Let's look at our board and see where that leads us. So let's look at our scorecard once again.
Survey says, I mean, it's not necessarily positive proof that it's a globe, but if it matches reality, then, you know. Microsoft Flight Simulator matches reality, I believe. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's definitely good evidence that it could be a globe.
Yesterday or the day before, I made a video where it talks about different speed on the globe Earth, and how I've never felt that there was a change when I was traveling Cancun, Montreal, Cancun in the same day, many times a week. So, you know, with the explanation of physicists, I was like, okay, this is not a proof nor a disproof, but it was definitely weird. So that was not a negative proof for the globe. So that's why we have this one here. But the one I did today, I've put a proof that it's not a globe. And
it's not proof that the Earth is flat. It's not proof. Like, all you've done is basically been like, okay, I'll show you this thing. And it turns out that it doesn't show anything. You know, it's useless.
A hard time believing and saying this, but I'm calling out all the debunkers out there. Do you need me to make it 100 times bigger compared to the airplane just to make sure, for you to be able to really grasp the idea? Because I'm losing my mind here. This is not a proof that it's a globe at all. It completely...
Yes, you do need to make it 100 times bigger. Just like if you're comparing something in reality to something... If you're comparing things based on reality to things based on... if you're trying to compare something, you need to make sure that it's the right size. I mean... At least, I think, like, No Man's Sky, you can see, like, some of the planets look kind of flat. Like, not necessarily flat, but they look kind of flat. So, you know, even though that when you zoom out from them, they then become, oh, well, this isn't flat.
This proof the globe. I don't know what I'm on right now, if that's true. But there's a lot more research to do. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you for subscribing to this channel. Thank you for following this journey. And I'll see you soon. Take care.
Okay. That was bad. I'm actually going to edit the name of the stream because we're not going to be going for 9 hours. So I'm going to call it a long chill stream. There we go. So, it was initially meant to be 9 hours. Oh. Shit, I didn't save it. A long, chill stream. There we go. Which means that I'll need to do it another time. I'll need to do a 9-hour stream another time. Oh yeah, and of course it's not to scale. Yeah, that's kind of important. Yeah, this is my point. Anyone think this plane is so high it could be the International Space Station? Sorry, but planes fly much lower than that. So yeah. Another person says, at this scale on this model, it would be much higher than the ISS. That would practically be a geosynchronous satellite orbit. So yeah. I like how someone had their name as fuck you Google Plus and then changed it to good riddance Google Plus. Yeah, so call it the Jord of the Rings. But yeah, one person wanted me to go and check out Globe Busters. Because apparently the globe's total failure. So I'm gonna take a look at this, and we're gonna just quickly.
If anybody gives.
Okay, let's see what they're.
If you guys want to throw in some of your favorite proofs while we're going on in the show, you can just hit the @Globebusters and throw in some of your reasons why you think the globe fails. And if that isn't something I already have on my list, I'll add it to it, and we'll kind of throw that in the mix and talk about that.
Let's see what
so anyway, before we get to that, let's go ahead and introduce the panel today. First up, as always, we have Jaron from Jaronism. How you doing today, Jaron?
Doing great, Bob. How about yourself?
Hey, they've got Bob. Bob is hosting it. Hey, hi, Bob. Still got a 15 degrees per hour. So, yeah. I wonder if anyone in the chat there, I believe they're pretty ban happy. Like, I probably wouldn't be able to send a message in the chat because they've probably banned me already, you know? But yeah.
Doing pretty good. It's a gorgeous day in South Carolina today.
Oh, and someone said about the, someone said about this, here, like, oh, what? I said about the memes, yeah. So I'll go through some of their memes, shall we? Did you know that the moon didn't start glowing until 1977? Does the moon's surface look like it's glowing bright enough to light up the Earth? Well, you know, it is reflecting light. That image there obviously has a high exposure. These images where the moon is bright obviously has a high exposure. Otherwise, you would see features of the moon. But, you know, don't let that get in the way of showing things that you think are proof. I mean, it's the fucking night. Of course there's going to be a high exposure if you're not zoomed up on the moon, because, you know, everything around it is dark. If you're on the moon, you know, you'd have a much lower exposure, which I'm pretty sure they've got there.
Awesome. Yeah, nice here in California. Can't complain, and the smoke is gone. Able to go for some walks recently, so life is good as long as they don't firebomb anymore.
Wait! Is Jaron one of these people that thinks that they're shooting direct energy weapons at California to create what is it? Does Jaron think that they're firing direct energy weapons and creating the California wildfires? And you can come on and join Discord voice if you want, Terry. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, no kidding. That's good to hear. I know that it's starting to mellow out a little bit.
If the Earth were a globe, I should be able to take pictures with my P900 super zoom camera, and it should look like that. Yeah, no, that's not what it should look like. Your wildfires is what you mean. So this is not what it should look like, right? This is not like. Why does he think that it should look like this? This is no. It would not be tilted 90 degrees. It's basically, if a plane is doing that, you know that it's going to be blowing up sometime soon. Hello, Terry.
Hi, Wolfie. or mini Wolfie.
Yeah, mini Wolfie.
I'll have to watch this on the YouTube because there's going to be a bit of a time delay. So watching the video and talking in here is going to be a bit of a
yeah. Or just if you just like, well, you hear me share the audio, and I'll eventually I'll be going through most of the memes. Yeah, Cube Earth confirmed, says Nathan Thompson. So you know.
Hey, I've got Cube Earth video that I play on my channel now and again.
Oh, nice. Anyway, well,
doing a little better too, or are they still in dire straits?
I think so. I don't know. The latest I've heard is now Colorado has one, right? I don't know if
Yep.
you've seen that one.
Yeah, Colorado's the shit's hitting the fan there now. So
this says, do these look like guys who just travelled successfully to the moon and back, or are they being forced to lie and say they did? Well, they're probably tired. It's been one, I will successfully complete something and I'll be like, hell yeah, all right, time to hit the hay.
Or the reporters are asking them stupid questions, and they go, "Oh, not these same questions again."
Yeah, maybe the reporters are asking them, so is the Earth flat? And they're just like, oh, for fuck's sakes, who invited the flat Earthers along?
Yeah.
It wasn't that conference 30 days after coming back. Yeah, I think it was, because they had to go into quarantine in case there was issues with them bringing, things that we don't know about. Anyway.
it's just crazy, all the stuff that's going on. So
well, it's clearly global warming, and clearly we need to elect Biden so that we can have all that solved. And that's the way I see it.
I wonder if that sounded like it was a he was basically saying, oh yeah, global warming doesn't exist. So this meme here is actually the most what is it? The most offensive, like basically saying the crew of the satellite Challenger supposedly dies in a shuttle explosion in 1986. Turns out 6 out of 7 are still alive and kicking today. I like how it's 6 out of...
Yeah, I've seen this one before. It's amazing how there is people out there that can look like somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, you can actually find that these people, they were doing something else that wasn't to do with any of these people here back at the time of the Challenger disaster. In fact, this guy here is this guy's brother, And I can't remember which one of it is. It might be this one here. No, it wouldn't be that. I think it might be this one here, actually. He will sometimes get someone coming along saying that the Challenger disaster was a hoax, and he finds it annoying because, he doesn't know who, he may be called Michael J. Smith, but he was never a Challenger pilot. In fact, you can search. If you did the basic research, you can find out that at the time he was doing something different.
Yeah, no kidding. Did you by any chance catch JP's blue versus red, debate, where he's kind of debating with himself in a blue shirt and a red shirt?
Yeah, it's great. So true.
I know, it is. It's absolutely true. And that's the way it really...
And then they're asking, where's the curvature? Is this the one... I know that one of these things is photoshopped. I know that they sometimes photoshop their evidence.
Nobody really listens to anybody. So I guess, when we complain about it on Flat Earth and Globe Earth, nobody ever listens to anybody. At least it's not the only subject that nobody's listening to anybody, right? That seems to be...
And I'm pretty sure that top one there is photoshopped. Wait, hold on. Let me actually check something real quick. Let me go to twitter.com. And let me go to...
Oh, the top image with the sun on the horizon.
Yeah, like okay, it's not quite the same, but it does have artifacting that makes it look very Photoshop, very suspicious. It does look very suspiciously like it might be photoshopped. When it comes to my image, I thought they were using that for the header of 404 Globe Not Found, because I actually did a bit of photoshopping on that to make the horizon flat, even though it was curved.
Yeah, but if you screenshot it at the right time with those type of cameras that they used, where they've got the is it barrel distortion or not barrel distortion?
Fisheye lens.
Fisheye lensing. At a certain point in time when it's moving up and down, you can screenshot it and get it curved the other way if you want.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, let's continue
Pretty
on.
much widespread on a lot of topics.
Are you able to screen share in Discord?
I can
YouTube.
Yeah, I can screen share. Let me just give it a second. Screens. There we go. Go live.
You got more than one monitor. I've only got one monitor to do all this.
Yeah, I've got more than one monitor, which is good. I have like 3 monitors, which is very useful. Like I can look over here and see what's going on in Discord. I can look over here, see what's going on in stream, and I can look over here. But it's not enough. I never have enough monitors. I want another one. I want another one so that I can put OBS up here and then be like, okay, OBS up there. This is what I'm looking at on stream. There's the stream. There's OBS. There is Discord. It'd be perfect. Like four monitors. I'd prefer 5 though. I just want more monitors. More monitors. Although I can't afford.
I only use one monitor on my live stream, and I've got OBS and Google Chrome window and the Zoom window and the chat and all that.
I need more monitors though, although I can't afford more monitors. That's why I need to get Flurfier done so that I can essentially put more monitors up. Because, you know, I wonder what they're going to talk about when it comes to the Globe's total failure. I might skip ahead. Alright, let's skip ahead a bit. So they say, if you believe this is real, you have successfully been indoctrinated. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is real, though. Just because you say it's fake doesn't mean that it is fake. You know? I'm pretty sure some of the things I'm seeing here are on... No. But yeah, just because you say something is fake doesn't mean that it is fake. I'm pretty sure this is when it detached, when the lunar module detached from the control thing. I can't remember what it was.
Just to mention one thing that happens, you know, sometimes, and I saw it once with a debate. It was Mark Sargent and this guy called something Zwierink. Don't know if you guys remember this. He's some sort of physicist, and Mark Sargent debated him, and that was the one debate that I thought was.
I like how they always use these type of images as if it means that the Antarctica is an ice wall.
The most civil, like there was nothing, no kind of attacks involved, which I thought was pretty good at the time, but it's pretty rare.
Oh, they say that awkward moment when a bunch of hot air ruins 400 years of brainwashing. I think they're using this to say that gravity doesn't exist, when this is actually predicted by gravity. But 400 years of brainwashing? Nah, I don't think so. Like, I don't think that's... Like, first off, they don't realize that... First off, they're trying to say that the brainwashing is for the globe, right? Like, you know. But secondly, 400 years? We've done the Earth as a globe for, like... 2,000 years, mate.
How did it turn out? I mean, because the person with the globe side, usually they shut their brain off at some point, because if they would approach it in a logical way, they would have to concede some points, and before 10...
They're the ones that refuse to concede points. Like, they can be shown to be obviously wrong, and they'll just not concede anything. They're the ones that aren't using logic here.
Minutes passes, they would be admitting that you have a very extremely valid position, and they must spend a lot of time researching it to consider it.
So there's certain points that maybe that can be researched, but it's generally when they bring up like this very, very vague thing, you know, they'll bring up something very, very vague, and then it'll be like, well, I don't know about that particular thing, but guess what? You probably don't know much about it either. And then they'll take that as a win because neither of you know anything about it. But it's like, actually, neither of us know anything about it, so we shouldn't be debating this point. I don't think you know anything about it either. So it says ball earthers. So this meme here is ball earthers be like, you're too small to see the curve, but I can see that ship at sea falling behind it. It depends what type of curve you're talking about. If you're talking about a curve away from you, then yeah, you can see that as long as you can see the ship that's disappearing over it. Keep in mind that you have to be able to see the bottom of the ship disappearing bottom first, and a lot of flat earthers say, well, I can't see that ship, but then I zoom up on it and then I bring it back. It's like, well, no, that's not how that works. Just because something is too small to see doesn't mean that it has disappeared bottom up. That's two completely different things. However, left to right curve is something completely different. But then it has been observed. Like someone actually got this thing that was really flat, set it up to be completely level, and then took a photo of the horizon through it. And when you compress it down, it's actually the horizon is curved.
Never happens.
No. Right, it's not even an option for them, you know.
Yeah, in this case, it's interesting. You should take a look. I made an analysis of it at some point. It was last year, but the guy has to essentially say he doesn't know a bunch of things. He doesn't know how to answer a bunch of questions that Mark Sargent is throwing at him.
And the main one we get shifting the burden of.
I think that when it comes to these debates, like a lot of people don't actually know about flat Earth arguments, because flat Earthers have been. Because flat Earth is kind of the motherlode of all conspiracies, and because there's a lot of people debunking it, it's one of them. It's like an arms race. They've got to come up with the most bullshit arguments. Like their arguments aren't going to convince someone that hasn't heard of it, because, or at least shouldn't, because their original arguments have been blown to pieces. Like, there used to be that the Earth is obviously flat. Now the Earth is no longer obviously flat because we can see there's heaps of images of curvature. And the problem is that with all these images of curvature, they've got to find a way to explain it. And these images have been taken by people that are completely independent. So they need to find a way to explain why why the Earth isn't obviously flat. And so they'll be like, it's... You know, they'll say something like, it's, what do they say? It's not, they'll say, there's things like angle of attack. And it's like, well, if the angle of attack is making things appear, then it's obviously not obviously flat. It's just that you are now creating things to make it seem like it's flat, even because you have held this position for so long and you don't want to change your mind. You know?
Proof, right? Like when I say like space and time aren't physical, so the theory of relativity reification, they're like, that's a positive claim, prove that. I'm like, no, that's a negative claim about your positive claim. They always shift it over to us, like, well, how does this work on a flat Earth? And I'm like, dude, you don't even know how it works on a globe Earth. Like that's.
Well, the problem is that most of us can explain how something works on a globe Earth. When it comes to things like, we can always explain how it works on a globe Earth, but you can never explain how it works on a flat Earth. Now, this meme, the lighting is all completely wrong. If they're trying to say that it's they're essentially trying to say, the moon landings weren't real because look at this, the lighting is all wrong. Like, do you see those lights up there? Like, and also that black background. Holy shit! Like, how do you get that in a studio? That was like Vantablack or something.
Their primary tactic is obfuscation and shifting the burden of proof. And I think that a third-party viewer with a decent IQ.
This makes zero. That I've talked about this today. If you think that the sun is just above the clouds, you failed geometry.
And I don't know how many corpuscular rays we've seen from aeroplanes, and You get I can't say that word.
Crepuscular. Yeah. Well, you want to know the best type of crepuscular rays? The ones that come from behind trees. Sun's just behind trees, guys.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
When I send place and there's a bit of fog in there, and then I see crepuscular rays that are coming from just behind a tree, it's like, well, obviously the sun's just behind the tree, because otherwise these crepuscular rays wouldn't be diverging away from each other. So obviously the sun is just behind the tree. Checkmate, flat Earth. Well, checkmate, globetards. The sun's just behind the tree, and I'm not sure why the tree hasn't caught on fire yet, but checkmate, globetards. Yeah, the sun is obviously 3 meters outside of your bedroom window. Definitely.
That might explain bushfires.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've just sold. We need to get Maui to pull the sun into the sky or something. You know, fly on a plane, grab the sun, fling it back into the sky to where it belongs. It's getting too close to the ground to causes bushfires. That's where all the bushfires are coming from. The bushfires are obviously coming from the sun being too close to the ground. It's not caused by direct energy weapons or anything. It's being caused by the sun being too close to the trees and setting them on fire.
No, ugly German reckons bushfires are all caused by ginger women with fire crotches. I don't understand that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't either.
Who knows that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There could be a study done. Maybe Rodrigo would be able to do it just to show how they.
So they say we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, says Barack Obama, and then they point out the logo. It's like, yeah, that's a projection. Do you think that anything that tries to include all countries on a map is like? Do you think that it's a Flat Earth Society? Like any map society, any 2D map society would be like the Flat Earth Society according to flat earthers. But you know, even if they're using like the Mercator projection, that's the azimuthal equidistance, which manages to somewhat preserve a number of things, except for the shape size of Australia and New Zealand, or the shape of Australia and New Zealand. And the shape of Antarctica is just turned into like a big surrounding thing. Fire crotch, bright red pubic hair bush. That's why I that's what it is. I understand it now.
Glad you do.
Like pubic hair is a bush, fire crotch, red hair.
Nah. Sorry.
New Zealand is on the UN logo. I thought, yeah, we actually make it onto. It's funny because a lot of Australians, or not necessarily Australians, or Australian flat earthers would probably say that New Zealand doesn't exist, but a lot of flat earthers will say places like Australia and New Zealand doesn't exist, but you know, New Zealand is actually on their map.
There was a TV show, I don't know if it was Star Trek or Stargate or one of those ones where they're looking out the window at the Earth and you can see Australia, you can't see, there's no New Zealand.
Okay.
It's completely emitted from the map, or from the view of the Earth from the spaceship.
That's interesting. that is definitely interesting. Anywho, let's see.
They cover every logical fallacy. Probably in a single debate, you'll see almost every one of the major, I don't know, is it 14 logical fallacies?
Whoa, that's a big wave.
Yeah, they say that if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, trust me, you'd know.
No.
How many revolutions per minute is that? We can actually calculate that. So there's 1 revolution per day. 1 divided by 24 divided by 60, and we get 0.0069 revolutions per day. Nice.
Or 15 degrees per hour.
Oh, I mean, no, sorry, not per day, per minute. I mean.
Ah.
Yeah. So, 15 degrees per hour. So
they're imagining if the Earth stops spinning, we get flung off into space.
Yeah, something like that. They think that everything's meant to be stationary. They think that when it comes to things, if we were spinning, then everything wouldn't be stationary and everything would be moving, and it would feel acceleration. But that's just not the case. And yeah, we have 0.03% of weight reduction due to centrifugal force. That's 3 chocolate blocks for a 100 kg man. Incredible force.
Used against the flat Earth.
Chocolate.
And nobody's perfect. Nice. I mean, the typical debater, even one of the best, may employ a logical fallacy by accident here or there. But it's clear one side employs them in almost.
So what's the incentive to lie? NASA budget for 2016 is $52 million a day. That's not a lot. When you consider the military budget for the US, I wonder if they think that there's a conspiracy by the Defense Department of the US to try and siphon a lot of taxpayer money from the government, which would actually be a more believable conspiracy than NASA wanting to get $52 million a day. In fact, when it comes to the government, now you could feel either way about the Iraq war, was it? But that was a war that cost them way too much. They should never have gone to war. Now, I don't think that was necessarily a ploy to get money from the government, but I do think that it was a way to get oil. I do think that there's probably part of the reasoning would have been for oil, because they said, "Oh, we're going to in because they've got WMDs," and they might have believed that. I don't know if they believed that, but I think that there's large part of it was due to oil for the decision. Because do we invade China because they've got WMDs? I'm pretty sure most major countries have WMDs at this point.
I'm sure they've added the NASA to that NASA logo with the rocket taking off and landing in the ocean.
Oh yeah, they've modified the NASA. Yeah, they've definitely modified the NASA logo. But yeah, they need to do is they need to actually go, this the military is worse.
I've got a video I posted for these flurfers where you can see the shuttle or one of the rockets taking off from an aeroplane at high altitude, and you can see it going up and arcing over and going out past the Cavemen line.
Okay, that'd be interesting. Anyway,
yeah, you just got to Google YouTube videos for rocket launch from plane.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue on. See if there's any other memes.
Every time they speak, they
sorry, I'm diverting.
Yeah, it's all right.
Right, yeah, and what the difference is when
every time they speak, they put one of those out.
Right, yeah. And what the difference is whenever they call out, say if I accidentally use a fallacy and someone calls it out, I absorb it, I admit it, and then I rephrase my premise.
Well, here's the problem with flat earthers using fallacies. Flat earthers say fallacies. They basically think that saying that your opponent's argument is a fallacy is defeating it. If I say I can say something factually correct, the way that fallacies work is if you've got to have premise 1, premise 2, and a conclusion. Now, if the way that fallacies work is begging the question is a great fallacy. Because if the conclusion is stated in the premises, then that's begging the question. It would be like I'm just trying to think of a good one. I think that Stefan Muehlnutz's his universally preferred behavior. One of his things is universally preferred behavior dictates that you would want to, arguing against universally preferred behavior is demonstrating universally preferred behavior. Therefore, universally preferred behavior is a thing. It's like, well, that's begging the question. You know? Like, just saying that... It's basically saying that if you try to debunk universally preferred behavior, you are exhibiting universally preferred behavior. Therefore, you're exhibiting... Therefore, it's therefore, universally preferred behavior is a thing. But that's not actually the case. I love how rationality rules absolutely ripped Stefan Yulnuts a new arsehole there. In that debate that they had. If you haven't seen it, go ahead and check it out. It's, I think it's an hour or two. Rationality rules obliterated Stefan Yulnuts. Absolutely demolished him. Like basically Stefan Yulnuts was like, don't take things that I say about it. It's like, well, you wrote the book. Don't look at the book that I wrote on the thing that we're having a discussion about, on the subject that we're having a discussion about. That's illegal. Yeah, Stefan is I've seen heaps of people rip into him like Destiny. I'd love to see Destiny debate Stefan Yulnuts. Yeah, don't take things I'd say about X, then don't say things about X. True. And it was actually Stefan Yulnuts' book that was proposing universally preferred behavior, because that is Stefan Yulnuts' idea. Like, it's his brainchild, if he has a brain, that can have a child. Hold on, I'm just going to quickly... I want to just quickly...
And that never happened.
So they say people believe the CGI satellite is being remotely controlled from 365 million miles away. But I mean, is it being remotely controlled? I'm pretty sure they have. I'm pretty sure they have to send it instructions in advance, so they can't really remotely control it. It can send information.
It's not instantaneous. No.
Yeah, like even when it comes to Mars, when it comes to Pluto, you've got to wait like a day or two before they can send images back from Pluto. Like here, I'm not sure how far away Jupiter is from us, but if it is 365 million miles away, then that's at least 16 minutes. Or at least 24 minutes. So, you know, they send it instructions, but it takes 15 minutes for signals to get to Mars. So no idea how long to Jupiter. 7,600. So yeah, that would be like let's quickly go. 64 minutes at least. I'm just doing rough off the top of the head calculations.
Oh, you've got a young brain. You can do that.
Yeah, it's just like I was just timesing it by. It also depends where it is in its orbit, because if it's opposite side of the sun, then you've got to add the amount of the sun to it. But you know, wait, no. If it's million kilometers, that would be different. So it would be 64. It would be. So we'd have to go 75, 5. So that would be 5. So 5 times 15 5 times 8 is 40. So it'd take 40 minutes. Oh, that's current distance according to Google. Okay. So yeah, it depends where it is. Like Mars is relatively close to Earth right now. So that's actually, when Mars is close to Earth, that's actually a really good time to send stuff to Mars. I'm surprised that NASA isn't sending all their probes to Mars, unless they are, in which case, that makes
At
sense.
least they're being factual by saying this CGI satellite, because that's obviously CGI.
Yeah, I mean, who's taking the photo?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. It's 177 minutes, almost 3 hours. Oh, okay. Maybe where did I go wrong in my calculations? Because I was thinking if it's
you forgot to carry the 2.
Because no, I was thinking if it's 8 minutes for light to get to the sun, then sending a signal travels at the speed of light should. Where did I go wrong? Because the sun is 150 million kilometers away from Earth. Light, it takes like 8 minutes to get from sun to Earth. So the 700 million kilometers should take 40 minutes. Well, what am I missing?
Well, 36 reckons it's 177 minutes, almost 3 hours to get a signal to Jupiter from Earth.
Yeah, like.
So it's still a long time. Anyway, yeah, it's not instantaneous.
Like if it's, hold up, 15 times.
But isn't that a fault? But isn't that not wrong to say it's not technically
15
wrong because remotely you're still doing something with radio signals, like a radio control car. That's remotely.
Yeah, I think they might be going off the whole. That's assuming my 15 minutes to Mars is accurate. Yeah, like it would be more like 40 minutes to get a signal to Jupiter. The reason being is because signals travel at the speed of light. The sun is 150 million kilometers away. Sunlight takes light 8 minutes to get from the sun to Earth. So therefore, at 769 million kilometers away, it should take about it should take roughly 40 minutes. So Ugly German.
Okay, Ugly German. Yeah, he's going 33 to 53 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody else is.
Jupiter is 43 light minutes away. So yeah, mine was just essentially taking the 769 million kilometers and rounding it to basically doing some integer division and basically taking 769 divided by 15 is 5 point something, but integer division only accounts for the 5. Then with the 5 timesing that by 8, which is 40.
So German Truce is on the ball, so he just Googled it.
Okay, yeah. So my estimate was in the ballpark.
And you didn't even Google it yet.
Yeah, I can do maths in my head. I have to do it all the time, except when I'm really conked out of it and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to like Google the answer, even when it's like something like 10 times 3. And by the way, bottom part, but flat earthers are gullible? Yes, flat earthers are gullible. So minus 8 minutes from Earth, that's 35 minutes from Earth in the worst case, on the best case scenario, yeah. I think the reason, I'm pretty sure if you were to send a signal to Mars right now, you'd get a pretty short signal time. But then when it comes to if it's on the other side of the sun, then you've got to be probably 3 times. Well, you'd have to add. So if you'd have to add 150 150 million kilometers to the 65 million kilometers. So you'd get it. So currently it would be not quite a third. It would be about half. You'd probably get about 4 minutes communication time between Mars and Earth right now. But this is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, closest to the close to the 55 closest distance. Well, I'm not sure what they mean by that, but yeah, it's pretty close. And
I'll give him another bit of homework out in the peanut, I call them peanut gallery, but out in your chat to the one that's the furthest away at the moment, that's almost left our solar system or our.
How far has Voyager?
Yeah, that's the one.
Voyager 1. I don't think it's one distance from Earth 2020. So it's 150.6 astronomical units. I can actually, like, if I just copied this and go over here, then we can. This is a. Oh, is Pioneer 10 gone further, or is that just the weird perspective thing? weird case of perspective. I'm pretty sure that when it comes to these,
because I was going to the extreme of what's our furthest satellite that's out there and how far the signal had to go before it reached that one, or vice versa. Didn't it turn off and then turn back on again or something, one of them, and started sending data again?
Possibly.
Is that the one I'm thinking of?
I'm not sure. I don't.
I remember hearing about something about that.
Yeah, but wonder when it will actually go outside of the solar system and actually end up. Because one of the things is, I don't think that an alien civilization, if Voyager 1 does roam for a decent amount of time, I don't think that an alien civilization will see Voyager 1 whilst it's still in space. I just think that I just think that it will eventually crash into a star or something.
Or it could get hit by a rogue asteroid.
True. That's unlikely, though. I mean, sure, Earth gets hit by rogue asteroids, but we have a gravitational field, which increases our likelihood somewhat of that happening.
Anyway.
So, Good
evening, Terry.
Ahoy, hoy, Glass Monster.
We're going down. Glass Monster. We're going down a different rabbit hole here.
Yeah, we're going down. We're looking at Voyager 1 and how far away it is from Earth.
Well, I don't have enough extension cords to plug it in and recharge it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Manages to fire up probe after 37 years. Is that the one? Gets boosted into, I suppose, something. That's what I'm reading over there.
Okay, yeah, maybe. But yeah, it'll be interesting if it actually comes. Because what would be great is if one of these things actually managed to get to another solar system. Although I do look forward to. There's a certain project that's happening that they want to do in like 30 years, where they want to accelerate a whole lot of solar sails up to like a fifth of the speed of light.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
And apparently one of the huge problems is that if one of them gets hit by space, like going a fifth of the speed of light, if it gets hit by space debris, it's just going to be completely obliterated. So they've got to have like hundreds of thousands of these things.
And also, it takes a while for it to actually reach that speed too. It doesn't reach it instantaneously.
Yeah, they're gonna need a lot of power for that, and hopefully fusion has gotten to the point where they can do it. Like, they need some kind of renewable energy source that isn't going to fuck everyone else up while they try to escape this planet, this godforsaken planet.
What's that engine called? Ion drive? That'd do.
No, I don't. I think that EM drive. I actually watched Thunderfoot's video on it recently. It wasn't his. I don't think it was his. What's that?
Imagine a head-on collision.
Yeah, head-on collision at a fifth of the speed of light would be, as I said, it would obliterate. Just obliterate the entire thing. But yeah, like I think.
They probably feel like Earth.
But I think Thunderfoot made a video on the ion drive or something like that, or the EM drive at least, showing how it's not good. And he basically said that you can get better results by burning fuel. You get better results from any type of energy from like burning fuel. So yeah.
Why doesn't this page move when I scroll it? Oh, sorry.
So Ugly German Truth said, I think you confuse ion drives that works with the electron drives they think should not work. Okay, so what's the difference between ion drives and electron drives? So let me see here. Ion drive. Okay, it's a form of electric propulsion used for spacecraft propulsion. It creates thrust by accelerating ions using electricity. An ion thruster ionizes neutral gas by extracting some electrons out of atoms, creating a cloud of positive ion. Okay, yeah, that seems legit. The electron. I think electron drive. I don't think is legit. Like it seems. Yeah, it gives you electrons without fuel. There are also experiments regarding a Star Trek warp drive that does, but not sure if those are still theoretical at the moment. Yeah, like the hardest thing will be to tap into like fields, and I actually wonder, right? Imagine if we actually do create. Imagine if we do create a way to travel vast distances in a short time. However, imagine if that also contributes to the accelerate. Like, imagine if that accelerate is what's accelerating the expansion of the universe. Imagine that, like fasting speed. Oh. Imagine if faster than light travel is actually accelerating the expansion of the universe, kind of like what we're dealing with climate change here, and eventually we're gonna completely kill ourselves by traveling way too fast.
Yeah, but I don't think that our proportion of matter would affect space-time that much that way.
Like, because that would mean that there would be other. Firstly, that would mean that there'd be other civilizations out there that have managed to achieve faster than light travel, right? And they're obviously utilizing it, and they're going to destroy us all.
If you stop and think about it, all the amount of energy we could produce would be nothing compared to, say, a star.
It would just be something that would be interesting. Wait, someone got a Monster Hunters ad? I didn't. I can insert an ad. Why would you get a Monster Hunters ad? Is it like because of shenanigans in this? But yeah, I think I should leave the stream because I've got to get a few things done before I've got to meet with someone, and then I've got to get.
You mean you've got a life outside of YouTube?
Surprisingly enough, yes. I'm actually surprised that because you've got 9-hour streams, Terry. Like if I'm.
Oh, not lately. Not since I've gone back to
having a life
my channel back. But
having a life
since I've got my channel back, I'm a bit more conservative now. I've gone back to 3.5, 4 hour streams.
Okay, so I've absorbed some of your streaming capability.
Yes.
Like long times.
They used to be a long stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
I estimate it's been at least 4 hours before you started your stream there when I actually got on the Discord, and I haven't been off since.
Yeah, but I'm going to head off because I've got a life outside of YouTube, unfortunately. Although I do need to. There's a few things that I need to do as well. But if I was, if I didn't have to do things, I'd have gone for another 3 hours. But anyway, everyone everyone leave a like and subscribe if you like that stream.
I left like 4 hours ago.
If you, what else was there? There's something that I was going to say, but I forgot. So yeah, bye.
You remember later.
Yeah, I will.
Hello, luckily Herman Truth.
I could probably actually figure out a tune